got you. What do we need pictures for?
Exactly.
We got the real thing. All right, I'm gonna go and put this coat down there and get organized. And then when I give you your gift, you might want to use it.
Oh, where did the other ones go?
I see one in the back.
No, no, no. I got
There we go.
two
They were
here.
over top of the fur.
It's not a purse. It's a medicine bag. Purse. Women carry purses.
I don't.
No.
No, there's too much other stuff to carry.
I don't want to get this too tight. One time I got it so tight I couldn't sing.
Oh my goodness. You've become lightheaded doing that.
What?
Get you lightheaded, you faint up here.
Okay. Now, what did you do with my suitcase?
She has it down there. Would you like it?
Yeah, it's got.
We have to let the speakers know.
It's a smudge bowl.
Sorry. That they can hit the arrow key
Yeah.
and it will move when their presentation's up.
Beautiful.
That will, instead of the clicker, that's what they have to
Beautiful.
use. Just have to let the
That's
speakers know.
that's fine. Thank you. You want your briefcase?
I need it. That's what
Okay.
this little thing's for.
What's that? Oh, the barrel, yeah. Thank you.
Yes, it is. And this is my smudge bowl.
That's a nice big one. Oh, it's working. Hearing the sound of it. Oh. Is it like a delayed work? Does it work when we're up here?
Yep, it's plugged in up here.
Nice.
Okay. Works well.
Beautiful.
So you're gonna be streaming it. So you want me standing here because you're gonna be videoing.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So and then if I want to point something out, I can just kind of do
Yeah.
this.
That's why we're up here. Normally we're down on the ground floor
Yep.
doing it from there, but it's easier for the cameras to catch us when we're up here.
Okay. All the cameras obviously are positioned to hit this right where it's.
Correct. We live? Good morning, everybody. We're going to get this show on the road to keep everybody on time. My name is Cynthia Brink, and I'd love to welcome you to our 11th Long Point Biosphere Region Research Conference. I know a lot of you have come a long way, and I'd like to thank you for that. We're going to be celebrating and sharing a lot of research that's been done in this area. This area is known as a biosphere as well as the Long Point Walsingham Priority Place. I want to do our land acknowledgement. I would like to acknowledge that we are living, working, playing, and stewarding on the traditional lands of the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nations. In particular, we would like to acknowledge the Neutral, the Anishinaabe, and the Haudenosaunee peoples. We are grateful for all the generations of people who have taken care of this land for time immemorial. Long before today, there have been First Nations peoples who have been the stewards of this place, meeting in circles such as ours, with a focus on living a meaningful, truthful, and cooperative life. We recognize and deeply appreciate the contributions in shaping and strengthening this community. We commit in a real way to shine a light on the promise and the challenges of truth and reconciliation. So a few housekeeping items. Presentations will be kept 15 minutes. We do have a timer today and 5 minutes of question period. We are streaming this as well, and there will be recordings on our YouTube channel. I would like to introduce Elder Gary Sue. He is an Ojibwe elder from the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nations. His people signed over 20 pre-Confederation treaties with the Crown, which covers most of the Golden Horseshoe. He is a veteran and served in the United States Navy. He resides on the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nations with his wife of 49 years, plus one, right? And enjoys spending time with his 15 grandchildren. Elder Sue is also a storyteller and has welcomed Prince Charles, 2 prime ministers, 3 premiers, many chiefs, environmentalists, and many more to the traditional treaty of the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nations. Mr. Gary Sue.
Bonjour. Ogajage Higanin Indigenakas, Magazi Nadodem, Mississauga and Dow, Nukredet Dunji. I'm going to light this smudge. Okay, Chipik Bamajan Bawabano manake. A Jikanikawiji Agijiwa Anishnaabe. Yahweh Yahweh la. Yahweh Yahweh la. Yahweh Yahweh la. Yahweh Yahweh la. Okechibik ba majan. Bawabano manake. A Jikanikawiji Agijiwa Anishnaabe. Yahweh Yahweh la. Yahweh Yahweh la. Yahweh Yahweh la. Yahweh Yahweh la. Okechibik ba majan. Bawabano manake. A Jikanikawiji Agijiwa Anishnaabe. Yahweh Yahweh la. Yahweh Yahweh la. Yahweh Yahweh la. Yahweh Yahweh la. Ogechibik. Ogechibik. The turtle is raising his head up from out of the water, and he's getting ready to go on a journey. A Jikanikawiji. And as he steps his feet upon the land, he feels so happy that he Jikanikawiji, and he dances. He kicks his back legs together. I never seen a turtle do this, but he was one happy turtle. Jikanikawiji, Gijiwa Anishnaabe, and that means come along with us as we take this journey on our mother, the earth, and we look at her and try to see what we can do to help to heal her. So this song is a song that I really appreciate, because the turtles, he looks at the water and he looks at the earth as well. So, and it's on this great turtle island that we all live. So it's a special kind of a song to greet the morning, so that we can bring our journey together with the turtle to help to look at the earth and try to help her heal in this time of climate change and the different things that are going to have to take place inside of all of our lives. I thought that, gee, I got a whole half hour that I have to, I don't know, I guess it's entertain you so that you can grasp some of the things that you need to know about the earth. So we have, they're like books, I guess, but they're our belts. And this particular belt is a belt that's called the Treaty of Niagara. Cynthia, could I have somebody up here to help me for a minute? I guess we'll go over here. People can see. Can everybody see this belt out there? What do you think's wrong with it? you see that this is the first belt that they started to use numbers in, because it's not part of what our system is. And the reason that this belt even got here was because the Department of Indian Affairs, William Johnson, 1763, the Royal Proclamation went out about treaties because of the fact that Pontiac made war on the crown. And he took 11 of their forts. And he had Detroit was underneath a siege, so they couldn't get in or they were starving. It was one of our chiefs that negotiated with the other chiefs and made a pact with them so that the women and children could get out of the fort and they could go there. But he did it the way he took the forts was he would set up a lacrosse game in front of the fort, and because they weren't at war, the gates were open, and invariably the lacrosse ball would go inside of the fort. And when they run inside of the fort, then they would open their blankets and they would start firing and shooting. So the crown then looked and said, we have to make peace with these Aboriginal people. We can't, how can we start colonies or do anything? And so they wrote the Royal Proclamation, but when the chiefs looked at the Royal Proclamation on the paper, they said, it looks like some bird had chicken scratches all over the paper, and they didn't understand what the writing was about. So his wife, her name was Molly Brand. She was from the Six Nations people. She said, these chiefs are not going to respect you or do anything with you unless you make a belt, a wampum belt. So she designed this belt, and it's one of the biggest belts that we have, but there was 11 of them made, and they passed them out so that they had a meeting. This is called the Treaty of Niagara, but it's not at Niagara Falls. It's on Niagara on the Lake. There's a huge meadow there, and it's still there today. And that's where they met. It's called at the Crook, because there's like a bend in the river, and that's where they could cross their canoes from the state side over the Canadian side. And so when they brought this out, this is called the Covenant Chain. And they said, this is the Covenant Chain, and it's made of silver, remember, so that the French gave you a chain, but it was made of iron, and it rusted and fell away. But with the silver, it'll last forever, and when we meet together, we should shine it. And so they did that. Every year they did this, even into modern times. They had a commemoration of this belt that came out. And if you look, you'll see two figures that are in the middle. And one of them has white on his breast, and it represents the Aboriginal people. And they said, well, what's that for? He said, oh, that's because you have a white heart, you will share the land with us. And I looked at the colonial figure that's here, and he has a black heart. I should have known that. So this is why they call it a chain is because when it goes together, it goes like this, and it forms a chain it's round. So it's continued forever and ever. And so the belt brings out, it's not our proclamation of 1763, it's this belt that the Aboriginal people look up to. This is our covenant chain, so that we would be part of the crown. And when they met, there was over 2,000 people there, including Pontiac, to look at this belt and take it into account that the crown was going to do a lot of different things. And so when they had the 250 year that this was in existence, they commemorated it at Niagara-on-the-Lake. But before they did that, Catherine Wynne had won the election, and so she was the part of the crown that was there. And so she did something that never ever had been done before. She invited the Aboriginal people to come to her. Can you all hear me? Okay, she invited the Aboriginal people to the swearing in of all of the people that were going to take office. And it had never ever been done before. They invited the Aboriginal people there. So when they said that, they said, "What are you going to do for us? We're going to give you tobacco." And I said, "I'm going to give you wampum." Because like whenever we met with, and this belt was brought out, they would add one string of wampum. And so it would go with the belt. So like in the past, there was like 11 strings that went with it. And so when I went there, that's what I did. I gave one to the Lieutenant Governor and one to Catherine Wynne. And I said, "This is to remind you of what your people said to us in the past, and that they should shine the covenant chain so they can remember what their ancestors said to the Aboriginal people." So this is an important belt that it's like a book. It tells us different things that happened in the past, and what the crown is still owing to us. So I had the pleasure of when Prince Charles became King Charles III, I was at the legislation building, and when I got up to do my announcement that I recognize King Charles III, I said to them, I said, "I, recognizing King Charles III, and I hope that the honor of the crown will be brought back to Canada because of all of the things that were taking place inside of our life." And one of the things that were taking place inside of the Aboriginals' life was 25 years ago, we won in the Supreme Court of Canada that if the Crown was going to, the province or anybody else was going to go ahead and make changes to the environment, that they had to, the duty to consent came into play. They had to come to the Aboriginal people and say, "We're going to put this highway through here, and we're going to do this to the land." And we would say, "No, because you're going to wreck the environment." And so the first time they wanted to put the thing through, they did consent with us. But this time, no duty to consent, and this has been taking place with the provincial government, that they're not recognizing their own laws, because this was a law that was passed by the Supreme Court. So when we look at the government's not applying their laws, then why should we live up to their laws either? We could blockade them, and they wouldn't blockade just the place that was going to be going. They blockade the railways, and this almost took effect because of what, but the government had already made so many mistakes, and their own people had made them aware that if they did this environmentally, that they were going to destroy a lot of turtles and a lot of different things that were on the environmental list of going extinct. So we're happy that we didn't have to go ahead and put our roadblocks up because the Ford government had to cave in to public, I guess the majority of the people that didn't want to see this highway go through because it was going to destroy so many environmental pieces of the earth and things that we needed to have for our future lives. And so environmentally, things have to take shape. And I've been to a lot of different environmental conferences. I really don't stay that long because I have other obligations that I have a new granddaughter. She'll be 9 months and on today. She'll be 9 months today old, and she's part of my environmental protection that I have to look after the future generation that's coming up. That's my great-granddaughter. So it's my first one. So I expect more because I have so many granddaughters, and I have one on the way, but I expect to have lots of granddaughters because when I was young, I said a prayer to the Creator. I said, when I'm old, I want to be surrounded by beautiful women. And so I was thinking of other women when I was younger than that, but I got beautiful granddaughters that come and they surround me, and they look after me, and they're very respectful to me. And so if you have that kind of thing inside your family, then the families will grow up into people that will look after the environment, and I hope some of them follow in my footsteps and start to look at ways that they can help the environment grow into a healthy place. And so I do once a year, I go out to where the Rouge River is, because our traditional territory is rather large, and it starts at Point Pelee, along the lake to the Niagara River, along the Niagara River to Lake Ontario, and then northward to where the Rouge River is, right beside the zoo, and up on to the ridge that divides the water. It's an escarpment. Divides the water from Lake Ontario and Lake Huron. So along that ridge to the headwaters of the Thames, and then straight down to the lake and back over to Point Pelee. And so that's how big our territory. And so there was like 22 different treaties, some of them very small, and some of them very large. And The one we fall underneath here is called the Between the Lakes Treaty. And it's like the second treaty that they make with us. And when they do it very, they have a lot of rum and they have a lot of, but they don't have all the chiefs. And when it comes into effect, they didn't live up to the stipulations that the Crown gave to them. And what the Crown gave them stipulations in order to procure the land from the First Nations people, they had to have an Aboriginal person and they have a patented surveyor that would go and survey the land that they were that they wanted to purchase, and a map would then be produced at the time that the treaty was made, so that the chiefs would understand how big the area was that they wanted to give on. But it turns out that when the next year, when the surveyor comes back, he tells the Crown that their what do you call it? The way that they purchased the land, it didn't fall underneath of. It didn't match up. So when they do take the treaty, they took more land than they were supposed to. They were supposed to take from like where Lake Ontario is and up to the Catfish Creek here in Atikoke. That's only how far they were supposed to take, but they go all the way over to, there's another Catfish Creek over beside London, Ontario, and it goes up to the headwaters of the Thames. So that's what they were looking to take the land. And so when we fight the government to look at different things, we go back to the treaties and we look and say, well, you didn't live up to that. Where the Rouge River is, it's, you know what? I think she's walking over here because my 9:30 is up. But that's just a little bit of history that you can, and if you want to learn more, go to YouTube and Google me, and you can see I do more on the belts, and I do more so you can get to understand what the belts mean to us. So thank you very much for having me here, and so that you could view the raiments of the Mississauga Nation. Miigwech.
Chimegwich. This is heavy. Soapstone. So I'm going to bring Brian up here to start with the introduction of our keynote speaker, as I help Elder Gary Sue with all these wonderful ceremonial items. What can I do to help? Yeah. Is there anything I can help?
Thank you, Cynthia. What a great day. A few old faces and so many new faces. We're looking forward to a great conference today. And all these new faces, and they're much younger than me now. I don't know where the time has gone, but it makes me really, really happy that we have all these young people here that are studying to learn about how to look after our planet better than we have done. Makes me confident. I know you're going to do a good job. It is my great pleasure to introduce a good friend of mine, Peter Zuzik. We had the opportunity of working together down in Point Pelee National Park. And Peter is not only an exemplary coastal geomorphologist, he's also a conservationist. He cares about our planet. He cares about the Great Lakes. And we need to work together to preserve and conserve our Great Lakes. Peter received his Bachelor and Master's of Studies from the best university in the world, University of Waterloo, specializing, that's where I went, right? Specializing in coastal geomorphology and geology. He is a certified floodplain manager and a professional geoscientist. Pete has more than 30 years of experience managing multidisciplinary investigations across the world's coastal regions, including the Great Lakes. Please help me in thanking Peter Zuzik.
Oh, geez, that's pretty dark. Were you going that dark? I like that. All right, well, good morning, everyone, and Brian, thank you for that introduction. I have enjoyed our friendship over the years, and I look forward to all the future years together we're going to spend. So the talk here today is the role of geodiversity in the evolution and the future of the Long Point Sandspit. And as I listened to the first keynote here this morning, couldn't help but think that there's some really interesting connections here between this concept of geodiversity and Mother Earth, the creator, and how we should be caring for our planet. So I think it's a nice segue to our introductory comments, and I'm just going to jump into it here. There's a lot of content that I'll walk you through today, and then we're going to leave some time at the end to have some questions and discussion. So as far as the content, we're going to speak about the Holocene evolution on the Long Point Sandspit. Going to go through some nautical charts over the last couple hundred years to see what we can learn from those. Talk about shoreline changes from roughly 1950 to present, and then put in context what all this means for coastal management of the Long Point region here and the entire Long Point littoral cell, and then have some questions and discussion. And I'll be speaking a lot today about the littoral cell and a couple more diagrams coming here, but obviously we're talking about Long Point here, but this littoral cell extends all the way over to Port Glasgow. So when we talk about the littoral cell and the boundaries and the movements of sediment, it's that large geographic region that I'm referring to. So first, a little bit about geodiversity. First defined by the IUCN in the publication. And with context to the Great Lakes and with the way I like to think about this, geodiversity is the variety of rocks, sediment, and landforms together with the natural processes that form and alter them in nature. So it's those physical processes that drive and change our landscape. We've had obviously a fascinating history of glacial evolution here in the Great Lakes, and geodiversity is a big part of that. The reason we have a sandspit is because of geodiversity. Geoheritage is very similar to natural heritage. We should be protecting these landforms just because they're amazing places, because they're important, they're unique, and you can see all the various reasons there in the definition. And then, of course, geoconservation is the need to conserve these areas and manage them for the future to preserve them. And so on to littoral cells. So this is a concept that is used in the coastal sciences to understand boundaries for sediment movement. And so this stylized diagram obviously is built off of the Long Point Spit. area we have, but just to take you through some concepts here. So we have a cell, a boundary where we can describe all the sediment sources, their transport pathways, and then their sinks. And this is important. It helps us understand the interrelationships between them. And in this particular cell, we have a headland here where we have divergent transport. Again, this is just a conceptual model. We have an area in these cells throughout the Great Lakes where typically the shorelines erode. It's a natural trend. Happens all over Lake Huron, Lake Ontario. These shorelines eroded naturally. Waves and currents are pushing those sediments in a dominant direction, in this case to the east. And then there's often a downdrift depositional area, in this case the Long Point Sand Spit, Piney Provincial Park, Presque Isle in Lake Ontario, Point Pelee National Park, Rondo. These are all the depositional sinks, and they're there today because the shorelines historically have eroded for thousands of years. With work we've been doing with Environment Canada and many others here, we've been looking at this cell here that feeds Long Point. As I said, extends all the way over to Port Glasgow. Transport increases towards the spit as the fetches get greater and the waves approach this region here. And that's been a big part of the erosion and the sediment transport to the creation of the sand spit. But we've changed this landscape in the last 100+ years with the harbors. So the harbors at Port Stanley, Port Bruce, and Port Burwell collectively have trapped somewhere, and this is a rough estimate, 18 million cubic meters of sand and gravel. So that sand and gravel prior to those harbors would have continued its way along the coast and helped build this spit. And so we've disrupted the natural flow of sediments. We've negatively impacted the geodiversity that ultimately created this sand spit in the first place. All right, so a little bit about our Holocene evolution, and this is it's a fascinating story if you're into glacial history and geology and what that means to the landscape we have today. I'm going to really just hone in on a few key parts to help us understand what has happened to the spit and how it's changed, how it's changing now, and how it may change in the future. So first, from Chapman and Putman, some diagrams that have been around for a long time. We had glacial ice where we sit here today over 1 kilometer thick. So we were in a glacial period until the Wisconsin finished, roughly about 20,000 years ago. By 15,000 years ago, the ice had receded, started to recede into the lakes themselves. We had some dry land in the middle of southern Ontario here. And then we had this Lake Whittlesey period. And so Lake Erie didn't just form immediately after the ice melted. We had lots of histories of channels and flooding, lake levels higher than they are today, lower, et cetera. And so just want to set the context that we didn't just melt all the ice and then all of a sudden have a Long Point sand spit. All right, so that's the point of these guys. And then if we look at the spit itself and the contours here, we have 10-meter contours, depth contours. And we can see, of course, that the 10 and then the 2030, they all converge out along the tip of the park, the tip of the point. And the point I wanted to make here is that with the blue lines there, that sand wasn't always there, right? So coming out of the glacial period, we had glacial till, we had glacial moraines, we had sand plains, but we did not have this indent here in the contours. They would have been more closely aligned with the blue that I have on the diagram. So then this diagram, next, a lot of information on this one, so apologize for that, but it's really important to help us set some context here. And so just walk through this with me here and focus on the key aspects of this diagram. So we have, first going to talk about this lake level and isostatic rebound chart. So along the bottom here we have time. So we have 16,000 years before present, and then Y is depth or elevation of our terrain. So these are meters above sea level, 70 up to 175, which is where our current lake levels are. So after that glacial ice left southern Ontario, it suppressed the bedrock, the mantle of the Earth's crust, and everything sunk. When the ice left, it started to bounce back. So this is the isostatic rebound theory that I'm sure many people are aware of. The sill at Buffalo that controls the flow out of the Niagara River wasn't at its current elevation 16,000 years ago. It was almost 100 meters lower. So this colorblind, red line is the elevation of the sill that controls the outflow of Lake Erie down the Niagara River. And so if we go back to 16,000 years ago, it was 100 meters lower than it is today. And Lake Erie looked very different. than it was. It hadn't formed yet. We didn't have our current modern Lake Erie and the shorelines that we know today. And as the sill started to increase in elevation, we had this really important period here called the closed lake basin period. So that's, if we just look at A here, the sill was higher than the level of the water in the lake. And that's the diagram that's shown here. So these come from Coakley. The sill was higher than the water that had accumulated in the eastern basin, so there was no flow out of the Niagara River. We had a lake that was a closed system. And we certainly didn't have a sand spit 10,000 years ago. We had this Norfolk moraine that we'll talk a little bit about further. We moved to 7,000 years ago, and the lakes, the two basins, central and eastern, had joined. And we're starting to see maybe the beginnings of a spit here 7,000 years ago. Waves and currents are going to be eroding those glacial sediments as they do today, starting to form that material into the shape of a spit. And then we go to 6,000 years ago, and this is, again, from Coakley. The spit is this white area here, and obviously the black is where the spit is today. I call that the collapse period. So we have a point where the levels of the lake are rising up to their more modern period, and the sediments are starting to move into place of closer to where they are today, but not exactly where they are today. Okay, and then, of course, we go roughly from sea here 4,000, 5,000, 6,000 years ago to present, and water levels are in this sort of range they are today. So we've had our current range of levels roughly for 5,000, 6,000 years. So the next one, again, just some more here on the history, and just to set the context of how dynamic this sand spit has been in the last 7,000 years. And so the diagrams have time here. Obviously, again, these are from Coakley, and we've georeferenced his maps. So the first early evolution of this spit is on this Norfolk glacial moraine. By 6,000 years ago, it's in this collapse phase. And so those ridges that we do research on and we study and we marvel at them, the northeast to southwest ridges, those formed when the spit was collapsing into place, right? So those are not modern features. Those aren't dunes that formed 100 years ago. They're thousands and thousands of years old, and they evolved when the spit started to collapse into its current morphology here. Then we get to 1,000 years. We're still not on our current footprint, but again, the shape of the spit we see today is starting to take form. And so I'm going to skip the last two there because we're going to talk more about those in the subsequent slides here. Just want to set the context here, though, that this spit has been incredibly dynamic over its lifetime, and certainly just didn't show up in its current location. It ended up there because of geodiversity, because of the currents and winds and waves in the lake level history. All right, so I'm going to fast forward here to the last couple, 200 years or so, and look at some nautical charts. And I'm sure some of you have seen these before. They're fascinating old charts, and they tell us a lot about what's happened in the last couple hundred years. So they give us some really interesting insights to what's happened to this spit. And so if we look at the top one, the first, that's 1818, so a little over 200 years ago, and we had a spit. Generally close to its current location. We haven't really delved into the evolution of and the comparison of these shorelines on the north side yet, or the south. But one of the things that's striking on this one is that we had a breach here in the cut, the area that's obviously called the Old Cut now. And that wasn't because it was an area where we're cutting down trees. That was because there was a breach in the channel. And so 200 years ago, there was a hole where Woodstock Avenue is today. All right, so just again, I'm setting some context here that this feature, as little as 200 years ago, was very, very different than it is today. And still in 1839, that breach is still there. And so while that was open, you can imagine there's sediment being driven in there from the lake, and those are the early phases of the Crown Marsh formation. We looked at 1895 and top in 1926. The charts are similar. We're starting to get a little more detail on the actual outline of the spit, and we have some depths that we might take a little peek at later. But the breach is closing, and so it's starting to fill in, and that area eventually filled in with additional sediment and became the recreational area we know of as today, the provincial park and Woodstock, et cetera. All right, so then what do we know more recently? And so we go to some different data here to help us understand the evolution of this spit. So we're looking at shoreline changes from roughly 1948 to present. We have a really detailed survey that NOAA did around the entire spit in 1948. So that gives us 75 years of information to understand how the underwater footprint of this spit has changed and evolved. Those colorful lines along the south shore and the tip are the bathymetric data that we collected this September. So we got some really great weather and got some good data there on where the bottom of the lake is today around the spit. And so photos here, this is the Han Marsh in 64 to 2020, looking at aerial photographs, and this is sort of a peel back here. So the 64 photo would have gone this far, and of course 20 goes that way, so we've sort of peeled them back a bit so you can look at changes. And there's been a lot of loss here, with roughly 100 meters of shoreline coastal habitat have been permanently lost along the shorelines of the Han Marsh since 1964. So a lot of really important habitat is gone now. We look at the lake bottom. This is profile 1, and all these maps here, you see the location of the profiles just for context. We're going to go on this little journey out towards the tip here. And so this is what the lake bottom looks like, and there's some very big sandbars here. You can sort of imagine that this area is purpose-built to move sediment. A lot of sediment moving through this area, but there's no sediment that's really sticking around. And then we move over to Hastings Drive here. This is profile 3, and again, a very deep and steep nearshore. So we're right in this region here of Hastings, and when you sort of follow 0 as chart datum, so shoreline sort of right in here, it gets deep immediately along Hastings, and they have these multiple barge systems, which again, purpose-built to move sediment, push sediment through this area, and of course, not a lot of sediment on the shoreline itself. And this interesting oblique from Rob and Davison Arnott that showed what the place looked like in '92, and it's really not much different than it is today, where we've got some holdouts here, some cottages and homes that have been armored, and the rest of the place is just suffering from erosion and wave impacts. All right, so next is the Woodstock Avenue area, an area that's been very dynamic. I happened to be out there on a family day around 2015, and the beach was massive. Of course, it's not today. So this area's changed a lot, but just looking at, and it changes a lot year to year as well, but just looking at the 64 to 2020, obviously there's been a fair bit of erosion here, but this would be an area where the beach is very dynamic, as we all know. It comes and goes and fluctuates with lake levels. But of course, 2017 and 2019 were high water years, record-setting water levels in 2019 that eroded a lot of that beach material and then put all these cottages at threat. And then we end up with this stuff here: vertical sheet pile walls, armor stone walls. And so instead of having these beautiful beaches, now we have rock and we have concrete sheet pile walls to protect the infrastructure. And this is not what I envision a sand spit to look like. And I'm sure the people that own those properties either, but they had no choice other than to protect their properties, otherwise they're going to lose them. All right, so this is a concern because we're seeing more and more of this over time. And this is not what I envision when I think about sand spits in Long Point. Provincial Park, 92 on the left in September 2023. So we had big wide beach in 92, we had dunes, we had forested dunes, and today we have eroding forested dunes. All right, so lots of impacts here from erosion and loss of beach. And then we get to maybe the area, well, no, not maybe, the area most impacted across this landscape in the last 75 years in the Long Point Company. When you compare the 64 and the 2020, they have lost 370 meters of beach and habitat. So this is just stunning to me, incredible, the amount of land loss in front of this property. Those wetlands are gone now. They're never coming back. All right, so we've lost a tremendous amount of habitat here, coastal habitat, wetlands, dunes, etc. And if we look at the lake bottom, again, I love the lake bottom, gives us information too, not just the photos. This is the first area we got the 48. So this is the 1948 NOAA survey, and then the one that we just completed ourselves in blue. And you can see that these sandbars, they're not as much data, obviously, in 48 as there is today. They are lakeward of where they are in the survey we just finished by about 300 meters. And so the morphology of the lake bottom has not changed, but it's migrated inland as the beaches have eroded as well. And so the key point here is that it's not just the beaches and the dunes that are eroding, it's the lake bottom as well. And then we go a little bit further here. We're out to 14 now. We turn the corner here in more of that sort of east-west section, and we see some interesting trends here as well, where in the nearshore zone, these two surveys match up incredibly well, very similar, out to about 6 meters over that 75-year period, suggesting this area's been pretty stable. But what we're starting to see out on the tip, in the deeper water, is accretion. So we can see these sandbars, these sand waves in deep water. So we're starting to see the first evidence of the sediment accumulating, but it's not accumulating on the beach, it's accumulating in deep water. And then we go to 15 a little bit further out to the east here, and a similar type of thing. The nearshore is remarkably similar. These lines almost match up exactly, which is astounding after 75 years. But in deep water, we're again starting to see the evidence of this accretion of sediment in deep water. Now, you would expect sediment to accumulate in a sand spit, both in the water and on the shoreline. So not surprised about that. It's just interesting that we can now have some data to help us understand where the sediment's going. And then we get to the tip. And like a lot of what I'm talking about today, this is all still a work in progress. And this is, I should have said this at the onset, a lot of this is being funded by work we're doing with Canadian Wildlife Service. So I apologize for not mentioning that at the onset. So this is a lot of this work in progress. The 1951 image there is an interesting one. We're still waiting for the full high-resolution photo from the National Air Photo Library. But the spit looked very different in 51. It was a long, skinny rectangle. And that should be pretty obvious for everyone here. And then by 82 and to present, it turned into a long, pointy thing. So I don't know why that happened, but the morphology changed dramatically from 1950. And we compare the location of the tip to the 2020 image. My glasses, that's roughly, I think, was it 300 meters, if I remember correctly. So the tip's eroded 300 meters at the bottom, 175 meters on the north side. If anyone's confused, of course, north is to the right here, just to make sure everyone's awake. And then just stepping back, what's happened in the last 70 years here? At the tip alone, we've lost 57 hectares of habitat and beach and the coastal dune habitat. So there's been a lot of habitat, a lot of beaches gone now at the tip. And that's unusual. Sand spits, typically you pick up any geomorphology textbook, they grow. And they typically grow at the end, at the tip. They can be erosion mid-spit, but they grow, they accrete, and they move into the deeper water. This sand spit's not growing anymore above water. It's eroding. And that's a concern, I think, for all of us, and why we don't have the answers for yet. But in the last 70 years, all we're seeing here at the tip is erosion. And a couple of photos, again, this is one of Robin's images from 1990. So it's sort of oblique here with the lighthouse and reference. This is the one I took in September. All this area here is gone. And that's part of the spit that's eroded in the last 50 years. So let's focus now on the bottom, because we talk a ton about the bottom too. And the bottom, I always like to say, bottom doesn't lie. No secrets on the bottom. You can understand what's going on. This is 17 here, so right at the tip. And some consistency here on the mid-depth here. You get out into deeper water. Again, we're starting to see that area where there's accretion. So there's sediment moving. There is sand in the system. It's moving out towards the tip, but it seems to all be accreting in deeper water. And so this is the area here where the shoulders of the spit are starting to grow underwater. And then 19 is right at the tip. Right here off the bottom, and an enormous volume of sediment here. This one, by far the biggest amount of sedimentation I've ever measured in my entire career anywhere. The 5-meter contour, so again, we have the 1948 survey, has migrated almost a kilometer lakeward. So there's an enormous volume of sand moving out into this tip of this spit, but for some reason, it's all only accumulating on the lake bottom. All right, so there's lots of more profiles, but I won't show them. This colorful area here is where we collected enough data to create a surface comparison to calculate the volume of sediment in the tip. And it turns out we went out to 35 meters of water around the perimeter, and we didn't go far enough. but we still have some understanding of how much sediment's out there. And the heat map there is giving you the changes in the depth. So we have some locations out in the tip where there's been over 20 meters vertically of accumulation of sediment in this sand spit. And looking at volume, again, this is not the full story because we didn't go far enough, unfortunately. 23 million cubic meters of sediment since 1948 has accumulated in the sand spit. That's roughly 300,000 meters cubed per year. So there is a lot of sediment moving along the sand spit. It's just not ending up on the shoreline and in the beaches and the dunes anymore. And just to put that in context, how much is 23 million? That's, put that in a volume context. It's enough to fill the Rogers Center baseball stadium 14 times with the roof closed, right? So this is a massive volume of sand. I just argue that it's probably not in the right place or where we would historically see it going. All right, so that's a bit of what we've learned, again, through the work with Canadian Wildlife Service and some previous contracts. Still lots of learning to be done, lots of technical work for us to do this fall. But we've started to build some understanding as to what's happening with this spit, both above water and below. So what does that mean? What do we do with this science and how do we use it from a coastal management perspective? So I put together a little list here of things, what we know and what we don't know. And as far as what we know, I think it's very clear that the Long Point sand spit has always been a dynamic feature. The geomorphic evolution over the last 200 years has been influenced by natural processes and anthropogenic impacts, those impacts being harbors and shoreline armoring. From roughly 1950 to present, most of the south shore has been eroding out to the tip. So everything's eroding, which is not normal for a sand spit. And some rough calculations, 300 to 330 hectares of coastal habitat have been permanently lost, most of that being coastal wetlands. And I think as you can see from those diagrams, as these beaches erode, the beaches don't disappear, they're migrating inland. Their overwash events are pushing the sand into the marshes. So we still have beaches, we're just losing mostly coastal wetlands. Again, the only depositional area since 1948 has been the underwater tip of the shoal. So it's accumulating at the shoal, at the tip, but it's just all happening underwater. And then climate change. Climate change is going to bring more challenges, unfortunately. The projections are for higher average lake levels, higher highs during wet periods. What that means, again, the best science we have, the projections for the future, when we get into a wet period like 2019, the lake could hit highs even 30, 40 centimeters higher than what we experienced. So imagine all the damage and all the impacts we had in 2019 and then add 30 or 40 centimeters. That's what we need to be planning for. Less ice cover, it's already happening. Our warmer waters, warmer winters, we have less ice cover. That means more storms, more impacts from storm damage. What does it mean for sediment transport and rates? No one's looked at that yet. But everything I can see that climate change is going to bring to this area and already is going to create more challenges for this sand spit. And what don't we know? And it's a pretty long list here. So again, work in progress, and happy to make any connections today with people that might help me fill in this list. But from my perspective, what we don't know, the future evolution. What's going to happen to this spit in the next 100 years? I think we all like to know that. There's a great lineup of research on the spit itself and the terrestrial aspects and the marshes. What's this spit going to look like in 100 years? We don't have a good understanding of the relative role of natural processes versus anthropogenic impacts. So that's not known yet, but certainly something that could be studied. Have the rates changed? We really have endpoints here. 70 years is a long time. These systems typically don't change in a linear manner. So have the rates of change changed? Don't know yet. Has the deposition of the sediment in the shoal changed? Has it always been 300,000, or during 2019 and high lake levels, was it 1 million a year? We don't know that yet. We need to do a lot more monitoring and research to understand those types of changes. Coastal wetlands. So there's been a lot of work on wetlands, obviously. It's always a hot topic of research. Are they going to migrate lakeward on the north side to compensate for this loss of habitat? Or are we facing a future where we're going to just continually have less coastal habitat at Long Point? Historical rates of the spit. Again, are these rates going to continue or not? Are they going to change? Lastly there, will humans intervene and reverse the erosion trends or accept this ongoing evolution? This is a big question for all of us to face. This is a place we all care about from many different dimensions. Are we going to let this place continue to erode, or are we going to try to do something about it? And then finally, how will the habitat and species respond to future trends and climate change? All right, I would, just a few last slides here, we're close to being done. Shoreline armoring has been the go-to solution. I think we all know that, not only on Lake Erie, and not only at Long Point, everywhere in the Great Lakes. When we have problems, we armor our shoreline. And this is a great example of what can happen when you do. And this is just to the west of the spit. We had an eroding bank here, really not too much in harm's way. Shoreline wall was built in 2013. 7 years later, we had 38 meters of flanking erosion. All right, so when we put structures in the water, especially when they're not done at a community or regional scale, and we start doing ad hoc armoring, we create lots of negative impacts. And then we have things like on the screen here, the top, you know, when I come and I see these beaches now with armor stone all over them, it makes me sad. Like, people didn't come to Long Point historically to walk over armor stone to get to the water's edge. So this is not, I'm sure this is no one's vision. The cottages, the homes, no one envisioned having to walk down a concrete wall or a steel wall or armor stone pile of rocks just to get to the water's edge. So this is what you have in a lot of places now, and if things don't change, you're gonna, of course, get more and more and more of this. And if that's not acceptable, then we need to think about alternatives. All right, so that's end of the science part. And I hope that this has sort of opened everyone's eyes to what's happening at this spit, and it makes me sad. I think it's really a culmination of a lot of things. The good news is that we've been thinking a lot about this spit. There's similar problems at Point Pelee, Rondo, all over the lakes, and the government and others have been on a think tank for the last year developing something called the Coastal Resilience Framework. And this framework is purpose-built to deal with the types of challenges that you're facing here at Long Point, which are geodiversity is compromised, and geodiversity has not been cared for, and consequently, this landform you all care about is disappearing. And so this, we won't have a lot of time to get into this framework, but it's a coastal management framework that if everybody gets on board, we could work together and start making some positive improvements. And just a few aspects of this framework. There's a website. This document will be up there shortly. One of the things that's really important, and we've learned this from Long Point, all over the Great Lakes from our work, that scale is critical in establishing our management objectives. When we zoom in too close, if we zoom into the lot level at say, oh, I have an erosion problem, we end up with a seawall. But if we zoom out and say, look, that area is part of this dynamic littoral cell, and at the end of the line is the Long Point sand spit, we need these natural coastal processes to continue, we might have different outcomes. And so this whole framework is grounded on the concept of working at scale that's appropriate, and in the case of this area, it's working across the entire littoral cell all the way to Port Glasgow. We also have to recognize that coastal areas are integrated social, economic, ecological, and physical systems, right? The diagram in the middle. These areas have many dimensions. There's businesses, there's private properties, so the ecological aspects, and then there's this geodiversity that we really haven't paid enough attention to in the past. We need to understand these linkages. And the bottom one there, when I say linked, whoops, physical, ecological, there's a little phrase that was coined in the UK, that geodiversity is biodiversity's silent partner. And if we don't take care of this geodiversity, then our biodiversity is going to continue to decline. And that's what I really see here, and I hate to be sort of not really being critical here, but if you look at the agenda in this conference, after my talk, I think there's one more on physical processes, rain on snow events, and it's all about ecology. And that's awesome. It's really important. We all care about biodiversity, but we don't care enough about geodiversity yet. And so a kind of energy that I see in this community around things like the priority place and the collaboration that's being spent to work on these land-based problems, we need to take that energy and that model and transfer it into this coastal resilience framework and start putting that kind of energy into managing the water's edge and the lake and the geodiversity. And then lastly, by everyone for everyone, right? This needs to be transparent, everybody needs to participate. This is the diagram, and I won't really take you through it, but there's phases and cycles in this framework, ending up in action too. It's just not just science for science. We want this framework to be applied, to be action-based, and to make science-based decisions in the future. And then lastly, Brian's got a little sign-up sheet there. If anything that I've said to you today sounds interesting, there's a sheet to put your name on it. Brian and ourselves and others at the Biosphere have been talking to people and building up interest in creating a committee that wants to focus on protecting the geodiversity of the Long Point sandspit and the whole littoral cell. And we're doing that because we care, as Brian mentioned at the introduction. But also, there are some funding programs coming. There's one standing program right now that NRCan has, Natural Resources Canada, where they're looking to fund people that want to work at appropriate scales in the coastal environment to look at risks and vulnerability and develop adaptations. So the federal government is putting money behind the types of initiatives that this framework is meant to solve. So if this is of all interest, my email address is there, of course, but Brian's got a sheet at the front. Please put your name and email down there, and we'll keep in touch with you. And Brian, I think that's it. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Peter. Very, very informing. Quick question. Are there some solutions available within the littoral cell of moving sand?
Well, I'm sure there are. In this cell, I guess to preface that, I think the first thing we need to do is build a committee that has all the right actors at it, all the appropriate people. But as I highlighted at the beginning, the sediment delivery in this cell has been impacted by the harbors. And so the harbors at Port Burwell, that one alone has 15 million cubic meters of sediment in it. And that was a really long jetty built to facilitate coal shipping into Port Burwell. We haven't shipped coal into Port Burwell for over 50 years. So I think that there are solutions. The whole point of this framework is to have the right people at the table and to do the right type of science and engineering studies. And one of them that we've been kicking around is dismantling the West Jetty at Port Burwell. There's no reason to have a kilometer-long jetty that sticks out in the lake when you're not even using deep draft boats in there anymore. So that's just an idea. I'm sure there's many others. The point of the framework, though, again, is to build up a committee of people that are all the stakeholders and look at these types of challenges and try to find solutions.
So there's 15 million cubic meters of sand trapped in Port Burwell that actually should be moving on and feeding Long Point. Wow. That's a lot of sand.
Yeah, it's a lot of sand. And, again, we're a little bit short on some of the technical science pieces because we haven't delved into this in a great deal yet. But it's also possible that sediment's getting whisked offshore and moving into the deep lake. So, again, I think what we're trying to emphasize here is that these physical processes in these cells that create amazing places like Long Point, you have to take care of these physical processes. And we've, unfortunately, in the Great Lakes, focused a lot on extracting benefits from harbors. It's been an important part of our economy and our commerce and our growth, but they're having impacts all throughout the Great Lakes, and that's something that we could certainly look at here in this geography.
Great. Thank you very much, Peter. You're sticking around for a little bit this morning?
Through the break, yes.
To the break. So you attendees will have an opportunity to chat with you then?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, because we should move on here. Thank you very much, Peter. Before I forget, I would like to thank Cynthia Brink. If you could wave, Cynthia. For putting the whole conference together. Thank you very much. So we're going to move on to our first presentation that will be delivered by Hadil from York University. I won't even try your last name because I'll butcher it. The title of her presentation is Insect Biomass Trends in the Long Point World Biosphere Reserve, Impacts of Anthropogenic Threats. Adil is a PhD candidate in biology, working in Dr. Sheila Kola's lab at York University. Her current research is a collaborative project taking place within the Long Point region that focuses on the impacts of climate and landscape changes on insect communities within protected areas.
And if not, that one right there.
Okay, perfect, yeah. This is not gonna- okay. Sorry. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me here to talk about my research. I did talk about this a couple of years ago at the Long Point Conference when I was first starting out. And now that I'm further along and I've just wrapped up my last field season, there's a lot more to discuss. So insects are fairly important species or groups. They provide us with a lot of ecosystem services. And what ecosystem services really mean, it's basically any service we as humans get from the environment that benefits us and that we rely on. So one of the more important services that we rely on is pollination. Insects pollinate almost 1,500 agricultural crops, and without this pollination service, we would have, we would have an issue with food scarcity and food security. Some other services is pest control through integrated pest management, as well as nutrient cycling, where certain insects break down detritus and release nitrogen and phosphorus back into the system for reuptake by plants. Because of their host plant specializations, butterflies and moths are great indicators of environmental quality. For dragonflies, mayflies, stoneflies, and caddisflies, all of these rely on water, specifically moving water during their nymph stage for habitat, and because of this, they're excellent wetland health indicators. So we've talked a bit about how insects are really important. I'm gonna get into insects and why and how they're declining. So on the left, the study by Hallman et al. In 2017 focused on 27 years of insect research in protected areas and found that about 76.7% of insects have declined within these areas within that 27 period. Another study by Siebold et al. In Germany, also this time focused on grasslands and forests, found that both biomass of insects and species diversity decreased over just a 10-year period. So even though we rely heavily on insects and there's a lot of decline that's been proven, not a lot of funding is given to insect research. So on the pie chart, you can see that arthropods make up the largest proportion of species richness in the world. But if you look at the graph on the right hand, you can see that per species, arthropods, mainly insects, receive a lot less funding than other taxa, primarily vertebrates, because they're megafauna, there's a lot more focus on them, they get a lot more money, and that's just like the sad truth of it. So, as we all know, protected areas are very important areas. They're habitats that, they provide habitat for endangered species and are basically unfragmented natural ecosystems. So this is just a map of all the terrestrial and marine protected areas in the world. And these areas only make up about 17% terrestrial and 8% marine. Even though there's such a small area, there's so much dependence on these areas to protect all of our at-risk species and all of our biodiversity. So I'm gonna get straight into talking about my research. I'll get into the history of it a bit more, but before I talk about my sites, back in the 90s, Peter Carson set up a bunch of traps at all of these sites in the Long Point area, primarily the National Wildlife Area, and he collected insects from these sites, and they've just been sitting in storage for 30 years, so that's really the basis of my research. And on top of that, Michael Bradstreet did manage to collect a lot of vegetation data from 91 to 2021, so over a 30-year period. So I have about 11 sites. Most of them are located within the National Wildlife Area. The different colors just denote what age the dune is, and I'll get into more of how the dunes look in a bit. So we have older dunes, younger dunes, intermediate, and one site labeled as other. So I have about 6 older sites. These older sites are basically all savannas and woodlands, and they're mainly dominated by red oaks. We've got 3 younger sites. These are mainly lightly vegetated sand dunes with cottonwood in them. There's one intermediate site, so this is a coniferous woodland, and it has interspersed wetlands throughout. And then our last site, which is labeled as other, and this is mainly because an age wasn't assigned to it because it was disturbed by a fire in the 60s. So the main research question I have is, how have insect communities within protected areas changed between the 2 time periods, back in the 90s and currently, and what environmental variables are really driving these changes? So more to give you a better idea of what happened in the 90s, like I said, Peter Carson set up a bunch of malaise traps at all of these sites in the 90s, primarily 92, 94, and 95, which are the sites that I'll be focusing on for the historical period. And he set them up using, I don't know if you can see them in the picture, but they're permanent T-bars that he staked at each of the site and just hooked up the malaise traps to them. And like I said, Michael Bradstreet and a few others have been collecting vegetation data at all of these sites within that time period. I should have mentioned this before, but each site is within a different breeding bird census plot at Long Point. So for my methods for comparing how insect biodiversity and the community has changed between now and then, I've basically set up malaise traps at the exact same location, facing the same direction that Peter had set them up in back in the 90s, and that was easy. It was just mainly going out and finding where the T-bars are and like hooking up the malaise traps to them. And we sampled each site for the exact same number of days as the historical site. And instead of copying the calendar date that they were started sampling historically, we calculated the number of growing degree days and tried to match that up with the historical sampling. So these are just jars of what a sample from a malaise trap would look like. And our methods were basically sorted through this jar down to insect order. We weighed each order as a wet sample, and then we dried each order and weighed it again as a dry sample. So for the historical samples, because they've been sitting in storage essentially for 30 years, it's a prolonged period of time, and research has shown that prolonged storage of insects, really arthropods in general, over time in ethanol showed a decrease in biomass because the lipids, the fats in these organisms tend to break down over time. And a few papers were able to test how much content of lipid made up insects, and they came up with 11.8% approximately. So because of this, we adjusted our dry weights of the historical samples to account for this fat breakdown, so things would be more comparable. So for the variables that so far I've tested, and so this is all just preliminary results, things will likely change as time goes on. we started out with 20 vegetation variables on different types of vegetation, mainly richness, species count, abundance, and things like tree diameter as well, and stem counts. So our models couldn't handle 20 variables of vegetation. So we ran a PCA, and because so many of the variables were collinear, we narrowed down that number from 20 to 9 variables. And for climate variables, we mainly used these 6, and we used them consistently throughout. So frost days and winter precipitation basically are the values from the winter previously. So if we had sampled for 1992, we would be looking at the winter from the previous year for the number of frost days, how many days the temperature was below 0, and winter precipitation is the amount of snow that was deposited. And then summer precipitation, how much rain we got, and then the mean max and mean minimum temperature are the means for the summer months, and then the growing degree days that I mentioned before. So all of these are preliminary results. There wasn't much variation between sites, so all of the data that I'm showing here are combined totals of dry biomass for all 11 sites, and I just grouped them by the different time periods. So we can see that, before I forget, most of the data that I'm showing does not include Hymenoptera, just because in the historical samples, a lot of the bees were removed and never returned. So to make things more consistent, I'm not including Hymenoptera in any of the data. So we can see that from the 90s to today, there's about a 200-gram decline in dry biomass. And this decline was mainly driven by the number of frost days. It was the only significant variable. So to see if maybe this decline was more apparent in aquatic versus terrestrial groups. So aquatic insects are any taxa that have an aquatic life stage, and then I just grouped all of those together, and then the terrestrial ones are all the groups that only had terrestrial life stages. So you can see that there was a decline in both groups. It was a more apparent decline in the terrestrial groups. The mean minimum temperature for the mean minimum temperature was the one that was most significant for the aquatic group, and the number of frost days was most significant for terrestrial, but they both showed a significant decline in dry biomass. So when we look at the individual orders, only 5 of the orders were significant. 3 of them were terrestrial, so the Lepidoptera, Coleoptera, and Brachycera. And then Nematocera and Neuroptera were the significant aquatic groups. So each of these was only significant with various climatic variables. None of the vegetation variables were significant for any of the models that I ran so far. It is worth noting that Brachycera and Nematocera are suborders of Diptera, the flies. It's just Brachycera are more terrestrial and Nematocera are more aquatic, so that's why they've been separated out. So just a quick recap. So far for our preliminary results, it seems that dry biomass of insects has declined between the 2 time periods, about a 200-gram decline. 200 grams might not seem like a lot in theory, but if you think of it in terms of midges, so 1 midge is about 0.5 micrograms, so that's essentially a 400,000 decline of midges between the 90s and today. And most of the decline that I've seen so far has been driven by various climate variables depending on the taxa. I'm still running more tests, and I have to run a few more models and likely compare the sites in a different manner to see if anything pops up there. But it's still ongoing, it's still preliminary. I'll likely have more results in the next few months. So yeah, my next steps are to identify specific taxa down to species level and try to compare diversity and see if there is any changes in that between the time periods. And like I said, more site level comparisons. So I just really want to thank all of you for listening today. York, NSERC, and the Entomological Society of Canada for funding this. Michael Bradstreet and Peter Carson for all their help with the historical data, answering all my questions. And obviously, Canadian Wildlife Services and the Long Point Bird Observatory for help with planning all of this and site access. Thank you again for listening. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Excellent. Thank you. Do we have any questions?
I can't.
Can you hear that?
No.
Could you come up to the front, please? Thank you.
I just wondered about wind effects, whether the Malaise traps might have been more protected in one time period or the other.
I haven't looked at wind yet, but that's the next variable that I wanted to include. I think it's likely different just because of the way the vegetation and the landscape has changed between the two time periods.
Another question?
Thank you. Great presentation. You mentioned that one of your plots was burned, so I was wondering if you could talk a little bit more about the differences between, burned and unburned plots or traps.
I can't really say much. When I looked at the differences in the biomass across all sites, they all showed a decline. Nothing was more significant than the other sites. It was all pretty much the same, so maybe once I try and group them based off of age rather than individually, things might pop up as different.
Thank you.
Question back here?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm just wondering about what you saw with the dry biomass decline with frost. Was that in response to less frost days?
Yes. So in the 90s, the average number of frost days for that group of years was about 86. And the average number of frost days for when I sampled, which was 2021 to 2023, was about 74 frost days.
So I'm just wondering why you think that relationship is, like why would less frost days lead to a decline?
It might be an earlier emergence of insects, so that's why it's not showing up. It might be popping up earlier than when we sampled, but that was the point of the growing degree days, to make sure we had the same number of accumulated days when we sampled with when they sampled, but it was still a decline, so it's likely other climatic variables that are also pushing this, but only frost days that was the only variable that popped up. You're welcome.
Yes, sir.
Yes, the German paper, I think they attributed to a particularly harsh use of pesticides, insecticides, including plenty of neonics. I didn't see they mentioned anything to do with possible effects of pesticides and draft use of widespread.
Could you repeat the question, please?
Yeah, so the German paper, the Hartmann et al., one of the variables that they looked at was the use of neonics and pesticides, and I didn't really focus on that in mine. So mainly because all of my sites are within large protected areas, so here these sites were all within the National Wildlife Area. They haven't been using, there is no pest use or neonics use there. They have been spraying for frag, and I'm hoping to include some of that data later on as I do more analyses.
Any further questions? One at the back. Can you come up to the front, please?
Sure, I'm also really loud.
We'll move this mic about halfway back here during break.
Super cool work and very important. I had a question. Is anyone, or including yourself, planning on looking at the DNA, or is it super hard to extract?
So that was one of the main things that we wanted to do. We wanted to do eDNA on the ethanol rather than like pulverize all these insects, especially because there's like thousands and thousands of insects. I've had 150 jars of insects just to like work through. But the way the historical samples have been stored and the way my samples have been stored isn't very conductive for DNA samples. So once you remove the sample, you have to freeze it right away and store it in the dark just so the DNA doesn't get denatured. And that didn't happen. We were too far along before we thought of that, so we can't really do DNA sampling.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next presentation will be by Natalia, who is a second-year master's student in the Department of Geography and Environment at Western University. She is conducting her work with Dr. Jed Long and is interested in spatial ecology and wildlife management. Today, she will be presenting her findings to date on her master's research. And the title, of course, is Understanding the Spatial Ecology of Coyotes within the Long Point National Wildlife Area. Looking forward to the presentation.
That's great. Hello, everyone. Hi, I'm Natalia. I am a second-year master's student at the University of Western Ontario, and I'm doing my work with Dr. Jed Long in the Department of Geography and the Environment. And today I'll be speaking about kind of what I've found so far. Specifically, I'm looking at the spatial ecology of coyotes within the Long Point National Wildlife Area. So coyotes are one of the main apex predators within the LPNWA, and they can, as a result, exert negative top-down pressures on prey species, and in turn allow for the management of prey populations. And this is something that the Canadian Wildlife Services is particularly interested in because historically there's been an overabundance of white-tailed deer within the site, and there has been extensive management of this population. And they're interested in understanding if coyotes are able to sort of take over the management of this population and act as a primary predator of white-tailed deer. So my work is hopefully going to inform baseline information about coyotes and what their role is within the LPNWA as a whole. So within my thesis, I have three main objectives. The first is to understand the spatial temporal dynamics of coyotes within the LPNWA. The second is a bit more informal, and it's to help inform a coyote trapping plan that we'll be going through or has already gone through. And then finally, quantifying the abundance of coyotes within the LPNWA. So within this slide deck, I won't be talking about abundance, but I will be going over resource selection of coyotes within the LPNWA and our coyote trapping so far. So in order to study coyotes within the LPNWA, I need to be able to collect data, and the choice of collecting data that we're using is camera traps. So camera traps are remotely triggered cameras that take a photo whenever an animal walks in front of the camera. And it's a really great way of collecting data because it's relatively non-intrusive, and when it comes to collecting data on a highly elusive and low-density species like coyotes, camera traps are great because you can actually get data on them. They're not like turtles where you can go out into the field and catch them. So getting photos of them is one of the best things that you can do realistically. And the way that we have our data collection set up is that we have 90 possible sites within the LPNWA, and they are located proportional to the different habitats available and within a 500-meter hexagonal grid. And this just allows for us to both sample all the habitats within the LPNWA as well as get a good spatial resolution of the LPNWA as a whole. And although we have these 90 sites, we only have 30 cameras, so we rotate our cameras approximately every 3 to 6 months. So since June of 2022, when we started this project, we've collected over 600,000 photos, and this is from 78 of our 90 sites, We just recently collected the data from the last 12, but I haven't had the time to go through it yet, so it will be eventually added in. And this amounts to over 12,000 camera trap days. And 600,000 sounds like a lot of photos, but realistically, the vast majority of them are empty. So within most camera trap studies, about 70% of photos are blanks. So that means that they were photos that were triggered by moving vegetation, and there's no animal in the photo. So a big part of the first years of my master's was trying to figure out how to go through my data efficiently so that I could get the data out of it and finish my master's in a timely manner. And what I ended up finding was the best was utilizing Megadetector. So Megadetector is a Microsoft-based open source AI that will allow for you to feed in your images, and then it produces a confidence interval between 0 and 100 of whether or not it thinks that there's an animal in it. So this video of images, it's not from Long Point. No tigers yet. But it kind of shows how Megadetector works. So it creates a boundary box, and it says where it thinks that there's an animal. And utilizing this, I've been able to reduce that number of 600,000 photos to about 200,000. So about a third or 2/3 were eliminated, which is great news for me. Now with those 200,000, they don't necessarily all have animals in them. There is a bit of error within that. So I have to go through the photos again, and about, I would say 70% are still blank. But any of the ones that do have animals, I will then go and assign a species, an age class, and then the amount of individuals within each one. And now we can get into the data that's actually been collected. So far, the top 3 species that we see on our camera traps within the LPNWA are coyotes, white-tailed deer, and wild turkey. So we have approximately 3,000 photos of coyotes, 44,000 photos of white-tailed deer, and 5,000 photos of wild turkeys. And something to note is that although the number of like 44,000 deer compared to 3,000 coyotes seems pretty large, deer have a habit of going in front of the cameras and finding a bush and then just sitting there and eating that bush for like a half hour. So there's not actually 44,000 photos of different deer, whereas coyotes, they kind of just run past. So with that data, we then go through it and we make sure that all of our observations count as one group or one individual going in front of the data. So generally, we'll put a 60-minute buffer, because that's around when we'll see a new individual come across. So using this data, we can then start to look at what the coyotes are actually doing within the LPNWA. So here I have a map of the relative abundance index of coyotes from our cameras. The relative abundance index is an index that's often used in camera trap studies, and it essentially means the amount of observations at a site divided by the effort put into that site. So in this case, the amount of coyotes in one of the camera trap sites divided by the amount of days that the camera was up. And utilizing these kinds of maps, we can start to kind of predict what we think is affecting where we see more coyotes in our images. So just looking at this map overall, we can see that there seems to be these larger squares around the shoreline. From being on the LPNWA, you can see that they tend to use that shoreline a lot, almost like a highway to get around. Another thing that you can tell is that almost all of the dots are filled in, so meaning that we have photos of coyotes basically everywhere. So coyotes are really actively using the entire site. We can also then try to kind of pick apart more habitat-based features, so they seem to be in areas that look like they have less vegetation, so more so in the dune systems rather than in the forest areas. And this leads into the first part of my master's work, which is trying to understand the resource selection of coyotes. So what's actually using habitat variables that I can collect from imagery, what of these variables then affects how many coyotes we're seeing. So we're trying to understand why coyotes are in specific places compared to others. And some of the variables that I'm interested in include seasonality, the vegetative cover, the terrain roughness. So are they more likely to be in areas where it's super hilly, or do they not want to climb all those hills? edge effects. This is something that a lot of coyote papers look into because they like to use edges, so edges of forests, to forage for animals. Distances to the lake or distances to wetlands where there might be more prey, as well as things like mean habitat area. So if an area has a lot of forested area, is that where they're going to stick close to, or perhaps the beach? So in this, I'll be talking about specifically 2 of my findings so far. So I'll talk about the vegetative cover and seasons and their effect on coyote presence. So NDVI is a metric often used to understand vegetative cover. Essentially, what it means is it's the normalized difference vegetation index, but in simpler terms, it's kind of more a measure of greenness. So the higher the value, the more green the area is. So you can imagine like a dune system will have a lower value versus a forest. And what we found is that generally coyotes seem to be preferring areas with a lower NDVI, so less green areas. Or at least this is where we're getting a lot of photos of them. And we see a decrease in their relative abundance as we get to greener areas. And then when we look at seasonality, we can see that the RAI, the relative abundance index, is higher in colder months, so in the winter and the fall, than it is in the spring and the summer. And this makes sense when you're thinking about coyotes, because in the winter and the fall, that's when they're dispersing and they're breeding, so they have to be moving around a lot more. As well, in the winter and the fall, there's a lot less resources. So the amount of traveling that they have to do to find prey items is quite a bit larger than, for example, in the spring and summer, when they're pup rearing and there's quite a few more resources around. They don't necessarily need to or want to be moving around as much. So with this part of my thesis, I will be adding those additional variables that I'm interested in into understanding what affects where we're seeing coyotes, and then hopefully putting in a bit more effort into understanding what might be accounting for these differences outside of habitat features. So for example, the camera detection. Generally, you can see for longer if you're in a more open area, like a shoreline, than you are when you're in a forest. So just really fine-tuning those details and being able to understand the resource selection. And now I'll move into the coyote collaring. So this was a bit of an informal goal of my project. Back in the 80s, this was when the last time the coyotes were researched, and there was some effort put into collaring the coyotes. However, they were unsuccessful. So with the interest in understanding coyote ecology within the LPNWA, there was a want to collar. However, they didn't want to put in the effort to collar the individuals if it wasn't going to be successful. So using the relative abundance index and then looking at the photos and trying to understand the general pack sizes and where we were seeing movement, we developed a trapping protocol to try to trap some of these individuals. And we set up to do this in September and October, and we were successful, as the images show. So we had captured 11 individuals, 7 of which were outfitted with GPS collars. In the top photo, you can see one of the individuals that we've caught. We put them under while we're processing them to ensure less stress. And you can see Dr. Judd Long, Samantha Lalonde from the CWS, and Tyler Wielden up there with me. Tyler is a research biologist with the MNR who has tons of experience doing this. And it was really cool to be a part of it, but something that was even cooler was that we did this in September and we went back out in October, and within 3 weeks' time, we had gotten videos and photos of our collared individuals, which you can see here. So this data is exciting because it will help to inform the next step of this project, which will be more so understanding the interactions between coyotes and deer within the LPNWA. And the GPS data will be pretty influential in this because then we can see specifically where these coyotes are going and areas that they're hanging out in. When we came back in October using this GPS data, we were able to visit some of these areas where we saw that the coyotes were hanging out, and we found some evidence that there were deer carcasses there at some point, which is exciting and is perhaps evidence that they are actively predating the individuals, but all these details will have to be, fully explored by a PhD student. So if anyone knows anyone who's interested, Dr. Jed Long is currently looking for people. Yeah, and I just want to say a thank you to anyone who's helped with the camera trapping. And not pictured here is Danny Bernard, who has been pretty essential in the logistics and getting the project going. And then I have included some images and videos that I thought were particularly interesting, but didn't really fit in the presentation. But that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Natalia. Questions? Come up to the mic, please. Thank you.
Great presentation. I was just wondering in regards to CWS hoping for the coyotes to perhaps take over the deer management. Is there any aspect that you're going to look into as far as like whether they look like they hunt in packs at all? Because I know like some areas coyotes do that, and some areas they don't, and when they do, they often hunt more deer.
Yeah, so that's going to be, I think, a question that the future PhD student will be focusing on. Sadly, with my timing, I won't necessarily get to work with any of that GPS data. I'm primarily working with the camera trap data, but I think it will be really interesting to see if the coyotes do hunt like packs as they do more northeast of here, or if they more so take advantage of fawn season, and that's when they're able to reduce recruitment of individuals.
Any other questions? Yeah, both of you come up from the back. That'd be great. And anybody else has a question, we can probably squeeze 3 in here. Thank you.
Super cool work. I love seeing the videos. I had a question, and this might actually already be part of your next steps. But in terms of, have you just done a simple analysis where you're looking at your sort of false positives, like when the algorithm says that there isn't a detection? Have you just looked at that rate and then split it out by your different variables, like the amount of vegetation, just to see if you see, for example, there's more false positives if there's a lot of like greenness, for example?
When you say false positives, do you mean in the site itself?
Yeah, so like when it says that something's being detected and then you actually go to look and there's nothing there?
For the images themselves?
Yeah.
Yes, I have. So a big part of my first year was that I did an analysis with about 30,000 photos from 13 different sites. And I ended up going through and tagging all the photos by hand, and then I put it through Megadetector.
Yep.
And I looked at the comparison of if it missed any. And generally, as long as I kept my confidence level very low, which I currently have it at 0.1 or 0.01 out of 1, then it didn't miss any. So it's fairly rigorous at being able to detect when there's an animal in there.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
Thank you.
Well, just one quick question. I was just wondering what would be the most unexpected animal you would have seen on your photos?
There have been some photos of rabbits, which when reading one of the papers from the 80s, they were saying that there weren't any rabbits on the LPNWA, so that was cool to see. And then there's possibly a photo of a fisher, but
Madeline.
no badgers. Lots of opossums and raccoons.
Hi, my university. Are there any students comparing this kind of work on the other parks? I know years ago deer were overrunning Peely, and conservation officers with gun licenses, I suppose, had to cull every so often to keep the balance. Do you have any information on that?
With that specifically in parks in Ontario, I'm not too sure. I think that generally there is an issue with overabundance in deer because their main predator that used to exist here, wolves, don't exist anymore. But there are quite a few papers that look at smaller management areas, specifically in the US, that found that coyotes were able to reduce the populations of deer, primarily through hunting them in the winter, as well as going after the fawns during fawn season.
And any further questions? One comment. Please archive your data really, really well. Can you imagine do this study in the next 20 years? Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, it is now time for break. And just behind these walls here, we have some excellent posters. So I encourage you to wander around, and we have displays behind the wall. And we shall meet back here at about 11:30. Thank you.
Here? Okay. But if we go too much further, we get this camera in the shot and.
Okay, so it'll be other people coming now.
Okay.
Yep. So just tell them to
your
stand
job
up
is
and get to it.
your job is well.
We all take turns.
Having people come up to the mic is usually beneficial for the recording anyway, and having them talk into the mic is helpful too. So.
Good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Great.
Stephanie will be up. Just remind her when she comes prior to when it starts.
if everyone could take a seat, I think we're going to get started with the second session. Perfect. Okay, I think we're going to get started, everyone. Good morning and welcome. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Steph Giles. I am a director with the Long Point Biosphere, but most of you in this room would probably know me from my role with Alice Norfolk. I work for an organization that works with local farmers to restore habitat on marginal farmland. And for those of you who don't know me from Alice, I see some former professors and teachers in the room. So hello to the faculty at Niagara College and McMaster University, and I think there's even some teachers from what used to be Port Dover Composite School here. So I'm humbled to see everyone joining us here today. We're not here to talk about me today, though. I have the great privilege of introducing the second session speakers for today. So first up is Amy Hall. Amy is the manager of ecosystem recovery with Carolinian Canada. She has a Bachelor of Science degree in wildlife biology and conservation from the University of Guelph and is currently completing her Master's of Climate Change at the University of Waterloo. Through her work with Carolinian Canada, Amy aims to increase the availability of native seed for restoration in Southern Ontario through projects like the Southern Ontario Seed Strategy and the Conservation Impact Bond. Today, Amy is going to give a presentation titled The Long Point Conservation Impact Bond, Conservation Finance as a Path to Reconciliation. So welcome, Amy.
Thank you, Steph. We've communicated via email many times, but never met in person, so great to see you. Awesome. Thank you. So yeah, I'll get started. So hello, it's great to be here today. As Steph mentioned, my name is Amy Hall. I'm the manager of ecosystem recovery with Carolinian Canada. And today I'll be talking about the Conservation Impact Bond and how conservation finance can be a path to reconciliation. And I'd like to share how the bond came to be, what it has accomplished so far, and where it's headed. So first, I'd like to talk about Carolinian Canada's strategic direction. So in 2018, Carolinian Canada made a shift in their strategic direction to include Indigenous leadership, recognizing that Indigenous folks have a vital and active role in stewarding the land since time immemorial, but have not always been given a seat at the table when making decisions about the land in the Carolinian zone and beyond. So we have made a commitment to go beyond a land acknowledgement and to be accountable in our actions. And Carolinian Canada developed an accountability statement which outlines our commitment. And I won't read it today, but it can be found on our website if you're interested. So as you can see, this strategic plan has placed diversity and financial stability at the roots of the tree, signaling the importance of these values in the foundation of Carolinian Canada. Like the diversity of an ecosystem being a sign of health, the diversity of an organization is also an indication of health. Additionally, financial security is essential in order to support our network and to build sustainable relationships and partnerships. And through this strategic plan, CC set out on a new direction, one that centers diversity and looks for innovative financial solutions. And through this vision, the CIB was designed and eventually co-created with many partners from diverse sectors. So ethical space is essential for co-creation. Creating ethical space means to create an environment where diverse knowledge systems are met with mutual respect and understanding, and relationships are built in reciprocity. And since 2018, we have been on a journey of learning what ethical and safe space is and how we can create it. Acknowledging that there have been barriers and are barriers to BIPOC people showing up and expressing themselves authentically in many spaces. And we aim to create spaces that are open, honest, respectful, and where all perspectives are valued in all of our programs with Carolinian Canada. So two-eyed seeing is an essential component of creating ethical space. And I'll read a quote here. So two-eyed seeing refers to learning to see from one eye with the strengths of Indigenous ways of knowing, and from the other eye with the strengths of Western ways of knowing, and to use both eyes together. So Carolinian Canada aims to integrate two-eyed seeing into all of our programs through inclusion of Indigenous leadership, and most recently through the establishment of the Indigenous Leadership Pillar, which is led by Sam White-Eye. So through cross-sector discussions, we have identified that native plants have a critical role in a solutions-based approach that connects ecology, the economy, and ethics, so bridging Carolinian Canada's past and future trajectories. And native plants contribute to ecological and cultural restoration and provide opportunities to grow a sustainable green economy. And so now I will talk about the Conservation Impact Bond. So I hope to answer the question of what is a Conservation Impact Bond. And then I'd like to tell you about our 2 pilots to date, which include the Desh-Kanzibi Conservation Impact Bond and the Long Point Conservation Impact Bond. So I'll start by examining what many traditional conservation funding models look like. So the funds are typically coming in from government or private or public philanthropy. The funding is then used directly to implement environmental projects. An impact is created, and the funding recipient reports on their success based on the metrics which are outlined in the call for proposals. So these funding avenues can be limited, very competitive, and they're also rooted in colonial structures and not accessible to all groups, and also don't provide autonomy of funds where groups are able to use the funds in the ways that best serve them versus in the ways outlined by the funder. So the CIB model works differently. This model starts with a project facilitator, which is Carolinian Canada in this case, who is actively engaging with investment and philanthropy communities to engage traditional and non-traditional funders in opportunities within the environmental and conservation sector. So investors will provide upfront capital, which supports more habitat actions quicker. And Carolinian Canada then connects with a network to engage habitat partners who hold local expertise and are implementing projects on the ground. So these are the folks with the local knowledge who know what their communities need most. And through implementation of habitat actions, outcome payers are attracted and will pay the principal and return on investment back over an agreed upon period of time. So outcome payers are funders who want a green return on investment rather than a financial return. So historically, outcome payers have included government and philanthropy. And throughout this process, we are partnering with Indigenous communities to ensure that there's a two-eyed seeing approach to conservation, and stewardship in the Carolinian zone. So this slide also highlights the role of evaluation in the research team in tracking collective impact throughout this process. Additionally, these diverse sectors are working together in new ways and together are co-creating each iteration of the bond, from investor to habitat goals to project evaluation metrics. So to reach our collective 2030 goals, we need to accelerate habitat. Currently in the Carolinian zone, we're at about 15% natural areas cover, and we will need to get to about 30 in order to meet those goals. And projections based on our pilot show that the CIB model could potentially protect more biodiversity when scaled than current funding avenues. and approaches within the sector. So this is due to the CIB's ability to accelerate actions for healthy landscapes through innovative financial mechanisms. As I mentioned earlier, native plants live at the intersection of economy, ethical space, and ecology. And the CIB has proven so far to be a tool to help grow a green and just economy. So the CIB can increase equitable access to healthy landscapes, boost investment in natural capital, and create sustainable jobs. Demand for environmental sustainability is growing rapidly, and biodiversity is a high-impact solution. So the CIB offers an alternative to greenwashing and provides a connection to local habitat partners. So this sort of corporate agenda for sustainability provides great potential, as many potential funders are uncovered, so outcome payers or potentially investors, and they're looking for environmental returns. And so the CIB creates the potential to attract more funding to the sector, and in the pilot phase, for example, attracted funders that were not initially interested in funding conservation or not initially engaged in this sector. And our hope is to make more funds available to everyone in the sector to support projects all over the place. And I'll just quickly mention as well that the CIB connects to 14 United Nations Sustainable Development Goals as well, so it provides an opportunity for us to collectively work towards those goals. And here we can see the CIB coming to life. So this is through the first pilot or first phase, which was the Deshkan Zibi Conservation Impact Bond. So Deshkan Zibi comes from the Anishinaabe name given to the Thames River, which translates to antler or horned river. So this is the Thames River in London, Ontario. And Deshkan Zibi Conservation Impact Bond provided a proof of concept, essentially, and was documented in a comprehensive report by the Ivey Business School in the fall of 2021. So the Ivey Business School has been a partner in the CIB from the conception of the bond itself. And you can explore the Ivey report and story map on the Carolinian Canada website if you're interested. And this bond was also created with many partners that you can see on the screen here, and was actually eventually awarded a Finance for the Future Climate Leader Award on an international scale as well. Oops. So here we look at some of the outcomes from the Deshkan Zibi Conservation Impact Bond. You can see that 169 hectares were improved, with over 1,000 people in 20 communities were connected and exposed to opportunities like jobs and training. You may notice that the evaluation of this project goes beyond ecological metrics and includes connection to the land, knowledge and learning, opportunities created, connecting hearts and minds, and connecting our bodies as well. So Ivey Business School facilitated the development of a two-eyed seeing impact evaluation framework with the leadership team, so bringing together Indigenous and settler values and metrics to ensure that the CIB is reaching ecological and ethical goals. So the two-eyed seeing evaluation framework uses relational accounting to report to our investors and funders about the outcomes of each bond. And in the images here, you can see some of the partners in the Deshkan Zibi bond and their associated projects, and can begin to imagine some of the ecological and socioeconomic benefits. And now we'll look at phase 2, which is the Long Point Conservation Impact Bond. So this bond is the most recent iteration of the CIB, and through the LCIB, this bond was co-created with these partners that you can see on the screen. So Long Point Region Conservation Authority, which restored 3.6 hectares of agricultural lands in the Long Point region. St. William's Conservation Reserve Community Council, who implemented 2 habitat projects, which included a sand barren restoration and a sand savanna seed orchard project, as well as the Long Point Basin Land Trust, which activated its network to secure funds for the Stackhouse Forest Sanctuary, and which is a pristine old-growth Carolinian forest that is now under the care of the Land Trust. So you can see some of the members of the team pictured here, and that photo was actually taken in the Stackhouse Forest Sanctuary. And I think I saw some partners maybe here today as well, so be great to connect. And additionally, we were able to partner with an Indigenous-led project that creates space for Indigenous youth, healing gardens, and supporting land-based learning, economic reconciliation, and Indigenous-led opportunities. And they have asked to remain anonymous. So in each CIB, we aim to support projects that save, steward, seed, and lead. So save being long-term protection, steward, habitat management, seed, recovering ecosystems, and lead being that community piece. And through the LCIB, we're able to achieve this goal and basically get a holistic portfolio of projects where we were able to do all of these things here. So obviously through protecting older growth forest, stewarding seed orchards, restoring agricultural lands, and then empowering future community leaders. So in total, the Habitat Partners are stewarding 62 hectares of land from the Long Point Conservation Impact Bond. So what is next for the LCIB? Each bond develops a unique evaluation framework that evaluates if we set out to achieve basically what we said we would do in the beginning. So this bond will be evaluated based on ecological, sociocultural, and economic metrics, and the impact report will be shared in the future. And lastly, what is next for the CIB as a whole? So as I mentioned, we have launched 2 pilots, Deshkanzibi and Long Point, and we intend to host a 3rd pilot in the Niagara region coming up pretty soon. And then we are expanding to the Carolinian zone-wide CIB to support habitat projects in more communities across the zone. So we have really big dreams of what the CIB could scale to, and we're in the beginning stages of gathering leaders to start to assemble those leadership teams and habitat portfolios that could be supported through the bond. So we're learning and deepening relationships with each new bond, and we're grateful for the vision and the passion and teamwork of all of our partners. So a big thank you to all of the partners who have been active in the bond since the very beginning and through each iteration. And especially to the Long Point CIB team, since today is really about celebrating the work that's been happening in this region. So yeah, I just want to say thanks to them, and thank you all for your time and attention. I'll also mention we have a Southern Ontario Seed Strategy poster in the other room, so you can come visit me there or to chat about the CIB or the sauce later today. So thank you.
And I think we have a few minutes for questions, but if you could come up, the folks in here can hear you from the back, but not the folks online. So if you have a question, please feel free to come up and speak into the mic.
Yeah, I know it's a bit intimidating because there's the financial aspect, so maybe no questions. And just so you know, I'm actually an ecologist. I'm not a financial person, so hopefully that all was, legible.
Thank you, Amy. I actually have one quick question. What are some of the tools you're using to make sure you're kind of avoiding the idea of greenwashing?
Yeah, I think the whole idea of the bond is really impact driven on the ground. And obviously we're, centering native plants in everything that we do. So I think the one thing that really sets the bond apart from other models or initiatives I've seen is that it's really about the initiatives that the communities, want to see happen. And we're looking to connect with communities, learn what projects they want to implement, for ecological and cultural restoration, and then support those projects rather than trying to prescribe something, for the zone or for communities. And so it's all really rooted in getting more native plants on the ground, more habitat on the ground, and connecting people back with the land and with each other. So
Great, thank you. Amy, will you be around for the break?
Yeah.
For more questions? Great. So if anyone has any other questions at break, please feel free to approach Amy. Thank you. Okay, so next up, I have the privilege to introduce Sophia Zamaria from the University of Toronto. Sophia is a PhD candidate with the Ecological Modeling Lab, joint with the Departments of Earth Sciences and Physical and Environmental Sciences at U of T. Her research focuses on using watershed modeling to delineate trends in flow regime and nutrient loading in the Long Point region now and under future climate change scenarios. Her research also aims to investigate the linkage between agricultural management and watershed health in the region. So welcome, Sophia.
So just like that. Can you guys hear me? All right. Hi, everyone. Thanks for having me here again this year. I had a great time presenting some results from my doctoral research last year. So it's a really big privilege to be back here speaking about my research again. So as Steph said, my name's Sophia. I'm a PhD candidate at the University of Toronto. We're going to take it back to the physical processes of the region just for a quick second. Today I'm going to be talking about how watershed modeling of what we call rain-on-snow events improves our understanding of flooding and phosphorus loading in the Big Creek watershed. And I know that's a big title and there's a lot to unpack there, so we're going to go really slow, step by step, and then at the end I'll finish off with some updated results from last year, over the last year. So let's start just by figuring out what exactly a rain-on-snow event is. Can I actually get a show of hands? Has anyone ever heard of this before or knows what it is or thinks they know what it is? Okay, so I'm really glad to be able to define it here. So it's actually a really simple process, and I'm sure everyone in this room before has experienced this before. It is quite simply the process of rain falling on an existing snowpack. So these events are really dependent on temperature. The temperatures have to kind of have a sweet spot where it's cold enough that there's still a snowpack on the ground, but warm enough that rain instead of snow is able to fall down on them. And this process is actually, it doesn't happen everywhere in the world, but it's very common, lucky for us here in the Great Lakes Basin. Okay. So why do we care about rain-on-snow events? The main thing that happens when we have these events, and let's see if I can play this video. Yeah, it might not. So this video is supposed to show like a really big rushing stream. What rain-on-snow events do is increase stream flow. So there's a lot of water flowing in our streams in a very short period of time, and it's going really quickly. And this happens through two things. So first of all, when the rain falls directly onto the snowpack, it's not able to permeate into the ground, and so it runs off directly off of the snow and ice into Big Creek. And then second, because we're seeing warmer temperatures, we have an increased melting of the snowpack, and also because the rain is physically dislodging the snow, there's going to be a lot of water melting, both from the rain and from the snow, going right into the river. Okay, so why is this important? I'm sure that you've probably gathered one of the answers, and that is flooding. So just to kind of drive this point home, I'm going to take everyone back about 10 years ago to March 2013. Here we're looking at stream flow of Big Creek just around the Teeterville Reservoir, and this is March 1st to March 15th. And so before I even was looking at rain-on-snow events, when I was looking at the river data that we have available, I saw this huge peak that you can see around, I don't know if you can see it, the dates on the bottom, but it's about March 11th to March 15th. So this big peak in stream flow was very, very large, very out of the ordinary, and it lasted for a long amount of time. And so I thought this had to be some sort of extreme event that was going on. So I actually went back into the news archives to see if anything was recorded about this, and sure enough, it was picked up by the Simcoe Reformer, and this was a really big flooding event that happened in March. And this is one example of a rain on snow event. So really hits close to home here. And it's really worth looking into how these rain on snow events are currently affecting flooding in the watershed and how they're going to be projected to influence flooding in the watershed. Just really quickly, some other reasons why it's important to look at this. We've talked about flooding, but rain on snow events also do a lot of hydrological and geomorphological changes, especially in the Long Point region. Causes a lot of soil erosion, it can cause stream bank and stream bed changes, and it can also influence summer droughts later in the year. And then last but not least, of course, we have the water quality component. Because we're getting so much water running off, because we're getting so much erosion, we're gonna get more nutrient loading into Big Creek that's ultimately gonna end up in Lake Erie. And actually, last year, what I presented here was we know that the majority of nutrient loading in the Big Creek watershed happens just during a small portion of the year, about 15% of the year, when we see those really high flows. And these typically are present in February, March, and April, so that spring season when rain on snow is more likely to occur. Okay, so one other key component of my research that is tying this all together is the big bad C word, and that is climate change. So I'm interested in looking at how climate change is going to impact the frequency and intensity of rain on snow events, and how this in turn will affect these hazards. Okay, so today I'm going to present some results from two main questions that I had. The first is, does including the rain on snow process in our watershed model improve its ability to represent or characterize the Big Creek watershed? And then second of all, how will the impacts of climate change affect rain on snow events in Big Creek? So let's start with this first question. I haven't really brought up watershed models yet, so I'd just like to take a few minutes just to go over what a watershed model is and why we care. So just for a couple of minutes, just humor me with this. So a watershed model, simply put, is a computer's representation of a watershed and its key features using mathematical equations. So when we go out to Big Creek or Long Point and we look around, we see what's in this photo here. We see trees, we see the river flowing, we might see the sun out or rain falling. But when we translate it to something that our computer can see, it sees something like this diagram. And I know it's kind of hard to see, but in this diagram we have rainfall, we have evaporation, we have runoff. All of this is happening in the photo we see. This is just how the computer sees it. Okay, so what does the model do? It gives us simulated values for something in the watershed that we're interested in, using both mathematical equations that represent all those processes, as well as any monitored or observed data that we feed into it. And in my case, what we're interested in is modeling stream flow and eventually phosphorus. But today I'm going to focus on stream flow so we can track those high flow events. Why are we using these models? Why don't we just go out into the field and collect data? Inevitably, with any data collection program, we can't get absolutely 100% of everything. There's going to be time constraints, there's going to be money constraints, sometimes we can't even reach the site. So there's going to be missing gaps in our data and in our knowledge. So this is where models really come in handy, because they are able to fill in those gaps using the data that we already have that exists. And so once we have a model that represents our watershed, once we tweak those equations and once we feed in all of the data that we can use them to run experiments and scenarios that can help us understand the watershed's response to certain things like climate change or agricultural policy. And sometimes it would take years or lots of money to run these experiments in the field, so models help us with that. Okay, so when we look at what the model spits out, for my case, it looks like this. So here, this chart is showing stream flow. The black line is the observed data that we get from our monitoring stations. And the red line is what the model spits out based on those equations and all of the data, like weather data, evaporation data, all sorts of data that we feed it. What we want is we want the red line to match the black line as best as possible. And when it matches as closely as possible, then we know we have a model that represents the Big Creek watershed, and we can start to run those experiments. So going back to this question, essentially what I'm asking, or what I'm doing here, is saying we need to add an equation to the model in order to get it to represent those rain on snow processes. And the question is, does including this equation in our model help the model simulate stream flow? Does it get that red line closer to the black line? If it does, that means rain on snow is a really important process in this area. Okay, so this is kind of a more sciencey slide, but the gist of this slide is that yes, including this rain on snow equation helps us better represent the Big Creek watershed. How did we figure this out? We compared the model stream flow, that red line, to the observed stream flow to see if the rain on snow model, the one with the equation, performed better. We compared it with the stream flow from the model that didn't have that equation, and we found that that rain on snow model outperformed the model that didn't have it 76% of the time. So this really drives home that we should be including this process in our models when we're looking at this area, and that rain on snow is really fundamental here. And then if we look at what the data actually shows, what the model's actually spitting out, these are just some snapshots of spring stream flow. So from February to April in all of these different charts across a handful of years over the past decade, and all of these different graphs represent different places from Big Creek. And the main thing that I want to point out here is looking at the red line and the black line. The black line is the observed stream flow, and the red line is the stream flow from the rain on snow model. And then you might be able to see a blue line too. That's the model output from the model without rain on snow. And you can see that especially for those high peaks that we see in the black line where stream flow is really big, the red line is much better able to match those. So that's good news for us. We've improved our model. And now we are better able to represent the Big Creek watershed, and we can start running those experiments and scenarios. For the sake of time, I'm going to skip over this slide, but I just wanted to point out that for the rain on snow model, it's also showing us that in terms of snow melt and the amount of water in the watershed, we're seeing much more earlier in the year, in February and March, rather than later in the year like April or May. Okay, so now on to the climate change aspect. I'm going to be ending on this slide here, so there's only 2 figures left. So now what we want to do is see how climate change is going to impact these rain on snow events. To do this, instead of feeding our watershed model observed weather data, we now feed it projected weather data from a climate model. So basically, we're just giving it temperature and precipitation data that we would expect to see under a business as usual climate change scenario, and then we can see how the stream flow responds. So this figure is looking at a summary of stream flow from Big Creek per decade from 1980 on the left to 2100 on the right. You don't really need to understand this graph. All I want you to know is that the boxes kind of represent the average stream flow, and the dots represent those really extreme events. And although we don't really see a very strong signal, we do see a slight increase in stream flow over the next 80 years, and we do see a slight increase in those dots as well, those extreme events, other than the decade that we have observed data for, which shows a lot of dots. Okay, I'm gonna end with this figure. This is the take-home figure that I think is really, really important. Here we're looking at the number of days where rain on snow events are occurring in February, March, and April from 2011 to 2100. The light gray bars show rain on snow events from 2011 to 2019. The blue bars show 2020 to 2059, and the red bars show up to 2100 from 2060. What we see when we look at the count of rain on snow days is that for February, they're pretty constant, but the drastic change we see is we're seeing more of these rain on snow events happening further on due to climate change in March. And there's actually a decline in these events in April as the century goes on. This suggests that temperatures are warming earlier in the year, and we're hitting that sweet spot earlier in the year. So rather than April, we're going to start to see more of these flooding events, more of these erosion events earlier in the year. What does this mean for us? It means there's going to be more flooding and erosion, like I just said, and so we really need to start looking at mitigation strategy and focusing that much earlier in the year rather than later. And that's the main figure I wanted to show you guys. Hopefully next year I'll have some more updates, and I'm just gonna end on these key takeaways. So thank you for your time, and I welcome any questions.
Thanks so much, Sophia. So again, if you could come up if you have questions, please feel free.
I won't bite.
Yes, thank you. What kind of data for snowpack, was that data being regularly collected by Environment Canada? And second of all, how would you, in your entire drainage basin, come up with different topography, different aspects, and now you'd have snowpack here, not here, et cetera, et cetera. So getting from that raw data, if you've got it, to an actual estimate.
Yeah, that's an excellent question. Snowpack data I don't think is available. That's one of the things we get our model to simulate. And so what we do is there's a bunch of different parameters that we can tweak to represent the snowpack on the ground, including what temperature snow melts at, what temperature snow falls at, how much it accumulates over time, and then a bunch of solar radiation. Like there's a bunch of different parameters that calculate that snowpack on the ground. In terms of topography, the way we calculate the snowpack on the ground is not through the depth, but through the volume. So we call it a snow water equivalent, so it's a volume of water. And basically, for those rain on snow events, we say that if the snow water equivalent is above 1 centimeter or above 10 millimeters cubed, then there is an existing snowpack on the ground. But yeah, I do wish that we did have that snowpack data. That would make things a lot easier.
Any other questions? Perfect.
You got to jog up here.
Yeah, that was super well explained, considering how much probably behind the hood there's a lot going on. So my question is related to, and sort of this is maybe, when I think about temperature, for example, we see sort of like this average difference and we can kind of project that into the future, but there's also a difference in variance. So, sort of unpredictability. And so how does your model sort of account for increased variance, so in your climate change parameters, for example?
That's a great question. Unfortunately, that's out of my purview. That work belongs to another PhD student in our group, and it's also based on the climate model that we're actually using to output that data. That's part of the CMIP, or the Climate Model Initiative. So the model that I chose was based on another PhD's work that showed it was much better able to represent and project extreme events. So extreme precipitation events, extreme temperature events, which is exactly the kind of thing that we look at when we're looking at rain on snow events. So I tried to choose the best climate model as possible, but unfortunately I don't have a great answer in terms of the variance, but I hope that does it for you.
Any other questions? Paula, I thought you had your hand up.
Well, I was just going to say I don't have a question. We have a specialist here on snowpack.
Oh, excellent.
Oh, hi, Paul.
Hi, Paul. Yeah, for the viewers online, we're just being introduced to an expert in snowpack and snowmelt and flooding, so we'll have to have a conversation after. Okay, thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Okay, so next up is Alice Dabrowski, and Alice is from the University of Guelph from the School of Environmental Sciences. Alice is a first-year PhD student from U of G, again, School of Environmental Sciences. Her research is primarily focused on the ecology and pest management potential of immature flower flies, a group of bee and wasp mimicking flies. Her work spans across northeastern North America, but also includes collection sites throughout the Norfolk region. So thank you, Alice, for joining us momentarily.
She's got a hair thing that she's trying to fight. I'm just gauging how tall she is. Taller than me.
Hi, sorry.
Okay.
That's me.
How's that? Let's see.
Hello. Yeah, I think that's fine.
Good for the camera?
All right. I thought I saw a little thingy-mabob. Does this work? Oy. I've never used one of these. Oh my goodness. Fantastic. I know, amazing. I hope there aren't any cats around. That's probably safer down there. Yes, so hello everyone. My name is Alice Dabrowski. I'm a first-year PhD student at the University of Guelph School of Environmental Sciences. Actually, technically like 2 months into my PhD, so very early on. And I work alongside Dr. Andrew Young and Dr. Jesse Popp. And I'm here to share some of our preliminary, like emphasis preliminary, results for the 2022 and 2023 field season on flower flies in Norfolk County. Okay. So actually, who knows about flower flies here? Oh, more than I thought. Okay, they're also known as hoverflies as well, if you've heard that term used. And the adults, as you can probably tell from the pictures, are really, really good, at least some of them, are really, really good bee and fly mimics, and it makes them very interesting. They're primarily nectar feeders and well-documented pollinators of a variety of flowering plant families, and that includes, wild species as well as cultivated plants. And thankfully, they're fairly cosmopolitan. You can find them across most habitats around the world, excluding desert and Antarctica. And like other insects in our region, the adults are active from spring to fall. Now, the larvae are my study system and my golden goose for the PhD. And where is it? Like other brachyceran maggots, they have no head capsule and they have no legs. But what they do have is a pair of fused posterior breathing tubes. So these are like nodules at their tail end. Looks kind of like that. It can be modified. But it's how they breathe, and the fact that they're fused brings it to this family. They're also multi-mode feeders, meaning that they gain a lot of their nutritional requirements from different mediums, and this can be things like detritus, so they're being bacterial feeders, or they can be predatory, and that's actually where a lot of my PhD work is going to focus on the aphidophagus, or the aphid feeding larva. Now, unfortunately, they're not well researched. There are major gaps in terms of their description and the kinds of habitats that they're using, especially when you compare them to our European counterparts, where they're decades ahead of us in terms of documenting the diversity. And this can be attributed to the fact that they're difficult to collect. For the entomologists in the room, you'll be familiar with this, but for those who aren't, our typical passive collection methods includes things like malaise traps, which we've seen in other presentations, or pan traps. So these are systems that you can leave on site, and they collect different insects for you. Now the larvae, they don't migrate as much as adults do, so they're not often collected these ways. What I end up having to do is going out into the field, kind of anywhere I see fit, and if I see a plant with aphids on it, I have to collect the larvae by hand, one by one, and bring them into the lab. So very labor intensive, and this is how I spend my summer. Now, I'm sure some of you can piece this together, but they are of growing agricultural importance because of their pollination and pest control services. But even the non-predatory larvae still contribute to nutrient cycling in wild spaces. And because the fact, they're floral associates, they don't sting, they don't bite, they hover, which is where they get their other name. So they're really fun, they're really interesting, and I think that as the public kind of gets resources to help identify them, they can be the next charismatic insect model next to things like monarchs and ladybugs. Now, a bit about my PhD research. I'm looking to address these gaps through 3 different ways, primarily taxonomy, integrated pest and pollinator management, and community science. Now, the taxonomy, generally, I'm going to be going out into the field, collecting as many specimens as I can, taking high-quality research-grade images of them, rearing them, and then using those images for descriptions. Those descriptions are going to end up contributing kind of at a lower level to community science initiatives and identification resources for the public. The IPPM side, so integrated pest and pollinator management, we're going to take a select group of these larvae. We're going to be placing them in laboratory experimental trials and looking at what their feeding rates are like at different temperatures. And this is with the hope that we can introduce them into unheated greenhouse settings, say up north somewhere where the operation isn't like massively scaled up, and hoping that they contribute to the pest control and the pollination of those spaces. And as well as creating some products that will be available for farmers and growers around Ontario. Actually, around North America, really, because these are native insects, and thankfully their range can be quite broad. And then the community science, we're gonna try to develop strategies that people feel empowered, people feel comfortable taking flower flies and incorporating into their projects themselves. Now, when we look at flower flies in the Norfolk region, we're looking at physical specimens deposited primarily in 2 collections. The University of Guelph Insect Collection, which is the oldest insect collection in Canada, as well as the Canadian National Collection out in Ottawa. And between these 2 institutions, we see 7,500 physical specimens between them. And that's incorporating at least 166 confirmed species across 61 genera. So it's an impressive amount of diversity for a relatively small area, especially when you consider the fact that northeastern North America has approximately 416 syrphid species in total. Now, the iNaturalist data, the numbers aren't the exact same, but they're still representing a high amount of diversity in that square. So this is a square I'd mentioned earlier. Again, 79 species, almost 1,000 observations. And that means that we're still getting good diversity being represented on these online platforms, and that people are curious, which is fantastic. They're curious, they're taking pictures, and they have a platform where they can share that with other people. And thankfully, INAT also takes into consideration some of the data that's important for entomological work, namely the coordinates and the date that things have been observed. Now, oh boy, this number. So using kind of the same area and all of the data on INAT, we only see 6 observations in total of the larval stages, which is really sad. I mean, that's why I'm here, but it's still really sad. Going back to the institutional collections, they have a big fat 0, nada, nothing. So that's even worse. And this is important to note because it's not that these adults just spontaneously pop up. You know, they had to have an earlier life stage. So we should realistically be seeing the same amount of diversity in that square in the larval stages, but unfortunately, again, we don't know what habitats they're using or what they even look like. Now, in terms of my research for 2022 and 2023, I've been collecting from primarily 2 sites in the Norfolk County. We have Manister Tract, which has been mentioned before, operated by St. Williams Conservation Reserve, and we have Turkey Point Provincial Park, obviously collected under the appropriate permits. We're very thankful for their support. And the habitats are fairly opposite in that one is an open canopy, fairly dry, and the other is closed canopy and much more wet. And although we're still looking to ID things to species, we have 111 specimens total. So, you know, it could be more, but still identifying it. Some of the notable adult findings that we have center the 2 species on the left. We have Tripidia albostylum and Pterolastes thoracicus, which are primarily southern species. We don't have any publication or confirmation that they occurred in Canada. And the story goes, in 2022, as part of the Young Lab, I visit the Manister Tract, and I collect a specimen, as I do. And a few months later, because, you know, IDing often gets put on the back burner, but a few months later, I identify it as Tripidia albostylum, this guy right here. And it's incredible because even within their typical range, they are considered to be fairly rare. So this is really exciting, especially as someone who's just starting their PhD. Yay. A paper, yeah. So while I'm working on the paper, I wanted to confirm that it wasn't just a vagrant, it wasn't just something that accidentally blew in here. So I start looking at their biology. And they are the maggots, or the larval form, because we don't like using the word maggot. But the larval form is an aquatic life stage. So we suspected that if we go from the collection point to any of the nearby wet areas, we'll be able to potentially find a stronger population representation. So that's what we did. We went back to the site, and a colleague of mine, actually, Brendan Gallant, found Pterolastes thoracicus, which is, again, something that's has not been collected in Canada before, and another paper. So we submit all of the material that we have for the Tripidia to the Journal of the Entomological Society of Ontario, and we speculate that this represents a range expansion for at least this species, as well that, you know, we didn't have any luck at the wet areas, but there's still potential that they could be there, so additional work had to be done. And the story would be nice and clean if it ended there, but it doesn't. Like any other naturalist, I really wanted to take advantage of the last few good collecting days of the summer. So on October 1st, I went out again, and this time we found both Tripidia albostylum and Pterolastes thoracicus on the same day, within a few hours of each other. Which is, you know, mind-blowing. I told my professor, and over the phone, I actually called him, and I was like, oh my God, like, we got this cool stuff, and he's like, man, I wish I went out, because he's yet to collect either of these. Yeah, you can hear him getting heckled. But yeah, very exciting, and the thing is, while this is a great point of additional information, it does change our assumptions on at least Tripidia albostylum, because, first of all, they're not at these wet sites like we were thinking. They might be, but we haven't been finding them there. We're finding them at the very, very dry sites, which is, if you look at INAT records, like really odd. They're typically found in proximity to water. So something is going on there that's bringing them to that spot. And then secondly, the larvae as bacterial feeders, we don't expect them, or we don't assume that they're resource limited. So the adults, when they eventually become adults, they should be generally uniform in size. And I don't know if it's obvious to you, but in person, the difference between the sizes is a lot more pronounced. So something's going on there that's contributing to this size difference. And additional work still has to be done. But yeah, the assumptions that we're making clearly are not holding up for very specific things. And then similar thing, the larval findings, again, still need to do some ID, but Norfolk County was one of the first places where I started looking at other forms of plant damage. Initially, when I was looking at larvae, it
we'd have to make visual confirmation that there's some type of aphid colony. So that often looks like a young shoot of a plant of some kind, and then you have like these things. You have these aphids that are crawling over each other, and they create these like dense colonies, which is great because oftentimes you do find larvae there. But we started expanding out to things like leaf curls or sumac galls. And these things are occurring at different times of the year, so it meant that we had to keep going back to these sites, keep our eyes open for the potential plant damage and what it would look like at that time of year. And what we ended up finding were different flower fly species, which, you know, reasonable assumption. But not only that, we're able to expand from our initial subfamily, which is the Surfinae, and expand towards Pipizinae, where before my work, there are very few good pictures at all anywhere of these larvae. And right there in that little cuddle puddle, there's like 15 of them. So a lot of material for imaging. And all of this goes to show that larval work, you have to be at the right place at the right time. And that means you have to be out in the field regularly and doing a lot more exploratory work. Don't just focus on one familiar type of approach. You have to expand where possible. Now, this goes without saying, but Norfolk County does support a high diversity of flower fly species in the area, again, over 100. And like I'd mentioned, syrphid larva habitat assessments require consistent monitoring. And then community science is important for trap evasive insects. As we've seen with the INAT observations, it's people going out and reporting things because they're curious that are increasing the number of records we have for the area. Now, future work is we're going to maintain our relationship with the provincial park system, and we're looking to expand to additional sites with the Nature Conservancy of Canada in Norfolk County. But thankfully, you can do this work anywhere. So if anyone's interested, I'm around quite often, and if you want to tag along, feel free. If you're curious, we do have some resources available in partnership with Pollination Guelph. We have a webinar that was recorded earlier this year. It's at that YouTube. I can share it with anyone who's interested. But it's at this YouTube link, and it goes into a basic introduction to flower fly identification and includes some overview of the larval stages. And then we also have a preliminary field guide to the flower flies of Wellington County, and obviously including larval pictures for the first time where possible. And that'll be coming out, I think, at the end of November. So I'd like to thank all our partners that make this work happen, and obviously available for questions and things. We're early for lunch too, so that's nice.
Does anyone have any questions?
Or if you want to just come up and say how much you love flower flies now, that's cool too. They are amazing. Sorry? Yeah. Oh, let me point it out. I'm not just staring at my hand. There's a flower fly there. Oh, thank you.
Perfect. Well, if there's no other questions, we might be a little early for lunch, but I encourage you to do a little bit of networking until the food shows up. So let's give another big round of applause for all of our speakers.
Should I take this down? Do you want me to take this down? Do you want me to take this down? Oh, okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Doesn't look like we had much attrition since this morning, so that's great. Welcome to the third session of the day. I think we had some great presentations, just like we did this morning. I wonder if you mind indulging me for just a second, though. I'd like to plug an event that's going to happen right here, same time tomorrow. It's a presentation by Adam Schultz. He's an author from the Long Point Biosphere region, and he's talking about his book, Where the Falcon Flies, and it's intertwined with the region. It's organized by Beach Read's bookstore here in Port Dover that's been really good to us in promoting this event and other things, so I wanted to give a plug for that. Our first speaker this afternoon is Jessica Linton, who I believe is present. Yeah, well, we'd find somebody to pretend they were you. Anyways, Jessica's with Natural Resources Solutions, which is a consulting firm with offices in Waterloo and Calgary. They provide ecological services in places all across Canada, and Jessica is a senior terrestrial and wetland biologist with the firm. She's also a member of CASAWEC, the Committee on the Status of Endangered Wildlife in Canada, the Arthropod Specialist Subcommittee of CASAWEC, and she is the chair of the Ontario Butterfly Species at Risk Recovery Team. And coincidentally, her specialty is monitoring butterflies, not just to inventory them, but also to conduct behavioral monitoring and migration studies. She's going to talk about the recovering rare tallgrass butterfly communities here in Long Point as an indicator for the ecosystem health. And she, like others, has 15 minutes, and then we'll accept questions.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. Just before I get started, I just wanted to give a shout out to the organizers of this conference, and just conferences in general. There's a lot of young people I see in the audience today, and I was just connecting with Brian Craig about this. About 20 years ago, I met Brian Craig at a conference in Penticton, fresh out of undergrad, with no prospects on the horizon. And he said, well, like, what do you want to do? And I said, I don't know, but I love butterflies, and I want to do something related to butterflies. And Brian was working in Environment Canada at the time, and he actually gave me my first contract working on butterflies out of my undergrad, and it really changed the trajectory of my career. So thank you, Brian. I'm still working on butterflies. And yeah, I think conferences like this are really important for young people making those connections, so don't underestimate the effect that you could have on young people that you see here today. So today I'm going to talk about reestablishing Long Point's rare butterfly communities. I have a lot of information that kind of went into the background of this project, which I'm briefly going to touch on, but I'm not going to have time in 15 minutes to go over all of it. So I welcome questions afterwards, and also please feel free to connect with me. I have my contact information up at the end. So as the introductory speaker noted, I'm primarily focused on butterflies and tallgrass habitat communities. And for those of you who aren't familiar with tallgrass communities, they include tallgrass prairie, oak savanna, and oak woodland here in the Long Point area, primarily associated with black oak when I say oak. And historically, these communities covered a large proportion of the Long Point area, upwards of 11%, it's estimated. This map here shows just generally the estimated historical extent of oak savanna in the Long Point area and slightly beyond the priority place, which is outlined in orange. Moving forward, this is what the current extent of tallgrass habitats look like in this area now. So the little pink patches you see are prairie. The lime green areas are tallgrass oak savanna habitats, and then the dark green patches are oak woodland. And so the oak woodlands are primarily naturally occurring and intact remnants after agricultural clearing. But most of the savannas and prairies have been restored or are entirely created. And you can see they're small and patchily distributed. Almost 90% of them are less than 1 hectare in area. And so that's not a great story to have to tell. But there's a lot of work being done right now through the Priority Place Initiative and a lot of the great organizations that are here today to restore these habitats back on Long Point's landscape. So the rare butterfly communities that were associated with these habitats are unique to some of these systems. So butterflies, they occur over a wide range of habitats. We know of lots of butterfly generalists, like monarch butterfly, depends on milkweed. It occurs in any little weedy patch you find along a roadside. A lot of butterflies are actually really specialized, so they occur only in specific habitats and are associated with one or maybe two plants. And so these 4 species used to occur in the Long Point area. Firstly, we have the eastern Perseus duskywing, a small spread-winged skipper butterfly in the genus Erinus. We don't even have a photo of it, so that's why I have a photo of a specimen here. Not very easy to identify, but it was dependent on wild lupin, which is a species that only occurs in tall grass habitats. Next, we have the mottled duskywing. This is a species you'll hear me talk more about today. Also a spread-winged skipper butterfly, and in Long Point area, totally dependent on New Jersey tea as a larval food plant. Next is the frosted elfin, and then of course the Carner blue on the far right there. So both of them are in the family Lycaenidae. They're associated with wild lupin as well, only occurred in tall grass habitats. And St. William's Conservation Reserve and around the Bacchus Woods area was the only location for these species in the Long Point area. So all of these species are gone now from this area. Eastern Perseus duskywing hasn't been seen since '86. Mottled duskywing since 1987. Frosted elfin 1988. And Carner blue since 1991. And all of these species are listed as species at risk in Ontario. Unfortunately, Eastern Perseus duskywing, frosted elfin, and Carner blue are actually extirpated from Ontario and therefore Canada. The mottled duskywing is the only one we have hanging on here. And it occurs primarily, the stronghold is in the Rice Lake Plains area, but there are also small disjunct populations in the Burlington-Oakville area, as well as in Simcoe County and down on Walpole Island. So Eastern Perseus duskywing is listed as endangered / extirpated because technically at the federal level it's considered endangered, but only because CSIWIC's criteria for listing something as extirpated is its absence for 50 years. And because it's almost impossible to identify, they won't go as far as to say it's gone, but the province considers it gone and I consider it gone. So there are recovery strategy documents for these species of butterfly. There's a federal recovery strategy for Eastern Perseus duskywing, frosted elfin, and Carner blue. It's a joint recovery strategy because those 3 butterfly species all occurred in the same habitats and were dependent on the same host plant, wild lupin. There's a provincial recovery strategy for the mottled duskywing. And for those of you who are not familiar with recovery strategies, they're simply just a planning document that outlines the steps that are needed to conserve and protect a species at risk and what steps need to be taken to reverse the decline of a species. So they provide information on biology, what the threats are to the species, and what the overall goals and objectives for recovery are. So for every species at risk, the federal and provincial government have requirements if a species is listed as extirpated, endangered, or threatened to develop a recovery strategy. And so all of the threats to these species, in addition to the obvious one that I showed those maps at the beginning of habitat loss, they're also subjected to the confounding factors of habitat fragmentation because they were pushed into these little isolated pockets of tall grass habitat. And then within those small pockets, they suffer from habitat mismanagement. So for those of you who are not familiar with tall grass habitats, they do require some sort of disturbance to maintain the system. They're usually associated with nowadays prescribed fire or mowing or some other management tool. Historically, they were stewarded by Indigenous peoples who regularly used fire as part of their cultural practices and way of life, which kind of kept things open. So wild lupin and New Jersey tea, the plants that these butterflies depend on, don't like shade, and when things get overgrown, they're some of the first plants to disappear. Of course, invasive species are also problematic. We hear about invasive species being problems for all species nowadays. Similarly with climate change. And then also pesticide use, and in particular for these rare butterflies, aerial spraying of BTK, which is used to control spongy moths, invasive spongy moths, is a concern, a great concern for these species. And anecdotally, they've been known to disappear from other species following, or other places following BTK spraying. So in 2017, I founded the Ontario Butterfly Species at Risk Recovery Team with the explicit purpose of carrying out some of the actions that are identified in these recovery strategies for these butterfly species at risk. This is a picture of the team at our first meeting at the Toronto Zoo. And it's a really great collaborative group. All of the people and organizations that are part of it were working on some aspect of either butterfly recovery or research or tallgrass habitat restoration. So this was a way for us all to kind of come together with the collective goal of restoring tallgrass habitats, and for me, the explicit purpose of reintroducing these butterflies back onto our landscape. So now I'm just going to run you through a few of the projects that we've been working on over the last few years that have kind of led to where we are now in Norfolk County. The first of which is captive rearing. So our partner at the Cambridge Butterfly Conservatory has been rearing butterflies in captivity now for 5 years. It started with a surrogate species, the wild indigo dusky wing, which is a very common dusky wing species in Ontario. And then we moved on to captive rearing mottled dusky wing. And the reason we decided to focus on mottled dusky wing first is because it's the only butterfly of these oak savanna specialists that we still have left in Ontario. So we brought them into captivity, and that allowed us to learn about their life history, things that we didn't know. I'd never even seen like a pupa before, so we got to see what a pupa looked like. We also learned about just husbandry techniques. What did we need to do in terms of environmental perimeters and husbandry to keep them alive? And then, of course, we've been able to head start butterflies for reintroduction. Next is research. So research is a huge component of what the recovery team is doing. We have collaborations with York University, University of Guelph, and the University of Western Ontario. And primarily for mottled dusky wing, things have been focused on getting population estimates of our existing populations, as well as just filling in knowledge gaps. We didn't know anything about how far they're able to fly or disperse, how long they live in the wild, what their phenology is from year to year. So we've been able to answer some of those questions. We've graduated one master's student. We have another one who's completing a master's right now. And then we also have a PhD student all working on mottled dusky wing. So that's a huge amount of information we've been able to get over the last 5 years on these species. And then another component of the work that we're doing is on genetics. So when you're talking about recovering a species, obviously genetic diversity, especially when you're bringing things into captivity and rearing them, is a really important consideration for our reintroduction program. More recently, we also started doing some research on frosted elfin. So if you recall, I mentioned that frosted elfin is extirpated from Canada. And so a lot of the work that I was doing this year was focused down in New York, where there are extant populations of this species still. And we are looking at Norfolk County and potential reintroduction locations in Norfolk County. So a lot of the work I was doing this year was just looking at habitat perimeters at existing populations and comparing it to the habitat that we have here in Norfolk County. And then also just studying the butterfly. For any of you who work on animals, you know, it's nice to have like a relationship with your study species, and I'd only seen frosted elfin once in the wild on a field trip one time, so I just went down to like hang out with it for a while and get to know it a little bit. Not a bad way to spend your summer. And then many of our partners on the recovery team are focused on habitat restoration. So here in the Long Point Walsingham Forest Priority Place area, especially Nature Conservancy of Canada and the St. Williams Conservation Reserve, as well as the Long Point Basin Land Trust, have all been diligently working on acquiring and restoring land. And they've made tremendous headway in terms of increasing the amount of tallgrass habitat on the landscape again, but also reintroducing the larval food plants of these butterflies, including wild lupin and New Jersey tea. And then, of course, the most exciting part of what we're doing is the reintroduction. So in 2021, we were able to successfully reintroduce mottled dusky wing to Pinery Provincial Park, where it had been absent for over 3 decades. And that's a program that's continued since that time. And we are seeing evidence of a self-sustaining population there. They're overwintering, they're mating, they're producing double broods, all things that we want to see in our population. And then we're also planning, because of the success of pinery, a reintroduction of mottled dusky wing in Norfolk County in 2024. And of course, as part of any good project, I think outreach and stewardship is a really important part of that. So I basically will go and talk to any group who's interested in hearing about butterflies. I counted the other day on my list, and I've done 36 presentations in the last 3 years on mottled dusky wing recovery. So you've probably, a lot of people in this room have maybe even heard me speak before about it. We also have a documentary coming out. It's a full-length documentary about our reintroduction program to pinery, which is a great way to reach just the general public about the work that we're doing. Not only about butterfly recovery, but about tall grass system recovery and why that is important, why it's important to use tools like prescribed fire. These are things that are generally not really known to the general public. We have a recovery team website, we have swag and apparel, and we even have a mottled dusky wing beer. So these are obviously desperate attempts to get all the groups of people as attention. So just to give you some context about where we're looking at in the Long Point Walsingham Forest Priority Place area, we're looking at doing our butterfly reintroductions in and around the St. Williams Conservation Reserve and Bacchus Block area where NCC owns quite a bit of land. Mainly because there's lots of larger patches of habitat that have some connectivity and are within the reasonable distance that we can expect our butterfly communities to interact. So through all of this, you're probably wondering, why butterflies? Well, you know, as many of you know, there's been a huge investment of time and resources into the priority place area to create habitat, including tall grass habitat. But for many species like butterflies, you know, it's outside of their reasonable range of flight to expect that they'll be able to colonize these areas on their own. So it's one thing to put the habitat back, but sometimes the species that used to inhabit them need our help to get there as well. So for example, for mottled dusky wing, the closest population would be Burlington. So that's hundreds of kilometers away. So we're just kind of giving them a little bit of help to get reestablished within their former range. Butterflies are also great biological indicators, and I was so excited to see, I think it was Hadil said something about that in her presentation, because it's a mantra that I have been spitting out for years, and I think I even used that to pitch my first job idea to Brian many years ago. But you know, they're relatively cost-effective to measure, they're visible in the landscape, they're super sensitive to changes in their environment. So when butterflies started disappearing from the Long Point area, that was a really sad indication that things were going really wrong in those ecosystems. So now that we've done all this work to bring the habitat back, putting the butterflies back there and monitoring them is a pretty easy way to monitor if what we're doing is successful. Because if it can support the butterflies, then chances are it's supporting a host of other species as well. So just in terms of our plans for 2024, as I mentioned, we are going to be doing a reintroduction of mottled dusky wing into the Long Point area. Our first plan is to reintroduce them at an NCC property, and if we have enough butterflies, probably St. Williams as well. Currently, the larvae are diapausing, so sleeping, at the Phytotron at the University of Guelph. So we have several hundred that are ready to go in the spring. We also are looking at doing a diapausing larva experiment. So we've had the luxury, because the Cambridge Butterfly Conservatory has done such a great job of rearing, of playing around with different treatment options at Pinery. And we have released pupa there, mature larvae, and adult butterflies. And we found that adult butterflies have worked out the best, which is why we want to proceed with that in Norfolk. But we haven't tried diapausing larvae. And if that treatment does work, it would save us the time and cost of overwintering them in captivity. So it's something that we'll probably try in Norfolk at a fresh, clean site. And then we also plan to apply for a new NSERC Alliance grant, which is a huge undertaking, but that's what the NSERC Alliance has supported the work that the recovery team has been doing for the last 5 years. It's a large collaborative industrial academic partnership. So we're going to be applying to continue the mottled dusky wing work for the next 5 years. We're also going to be applying to do more work on frosted elfin, which will probably include bringing them back to Canada and starting a population here in captivity to use in releases for the future. And then really exciting, we're also partnering with the Wilder Institute at the Calgary Zoo to help them with their Half Moon Hair Streak recovery project. So what started out as a relatively small thing focused on one species is quickly becoming more of a Canada-wide recovery program for butterfly species at risk. And then beyond 2024, we're going to continue doing our reintroduction monitoring at Pinery. We will be running a monitoring program in Norfolk County to make sure that the butterflies we release here are establishing the way that we want them to. And then we are looking seriously at doing reintroductions of frosted elfin as well. Now, everybody always asks me, what about Karner Blue? I know some of you are thinking it right now. So Karner Blue is also dependent on wild lupin, but it has a much greater habitat demand than in frosted elfin does. So in the States, they've been doing a ton of recovery work on Karner Blue. They estimate that it requires at least 150 hectares of habitat, preferably in 5 to 9 larger spaced out habitats. So that's a lot of land, and we just don't have that sort of habitat here in Ontario yet. So, you know, it's not that it won't ever happen, and everything that we're doing for mottled duskywing and frosted elfin is certainly in consideration of reintroducing some other species like Karner Blue, but we're just not there yet. So I'll save you asking me about that after my presentation. So I'd just like to end with my acknowledgements. Of course, you can probably see from my presentation that there's a huge amount of work going on among the recovery team. We have a lot of collaborators that have made this work possible, so I'd just like to acknowledge them. And of course, it takes a lot of funding to do all this work, so I'd like to acknowledge our funders as well. And I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have.
And just a reminder, if you could come to the microphone to pose questions.
Everyone's like, I was going to ask about Karner Blue.
Yeah. I understand that the controlled burn process is rather onerous. I don't know if you agree or not. Do you think that could really thwart these efforts in the medium and long term if they're unable to get past those logistics of burning when it needs to be burned?
Yeah, that's a really good question. I'm sure there's some people in this room that have strong opinions and could probably answer this question better than me. But it was very telling to me when I've been doing this work down in New York on frosted elfin. And so I had the chance to visit the Albany pine bush while I was there, which is a stronghold for the Karner Blue, frosted elfin, and mottled duskywing. I saw like all 3 of them there. It was crazy. And they burn whenever and whatever they want. They're like cowboys down there. They burn in every season, you know, and they just do it. And the habitat is spectacular. But they really aren't constrained by the same things that we are here in Ontario with like very narrow prescriptions for when we can do burns. You know, a lot of them for very valid reasons like safety and visibility on our roads and stuff. But certainly, I do think that it is hindered a bit now because the MNR stopped their burn program. I think we're really limited in the types of burns we can do now because before when the MNR was doing it, we could do more high complexity burns. And now they happen just at a much smaller scale by private contractors, which is also very costly. So, yeah. Well, you better come to the mic. You're going to get in trouble.
I would like to add to that answer because we've owned a farm where we did prescribed burns as of 2009, and we've continued it till 2021. And we never had any problems. On a farm, you can probably do whatever you want to, but I would definitely say you shouldn't be limited by anybody to do prescribed burns because I know I shouldn't probably say that, but as an independent, entrepreneur, you cannot have yourself told what to do because then you couldn't do anything. Therefore, I would always think for landowners, whomever they are, that there would be opportunities to follow up on the need for prescribed burns.
Thank you for that comment. I think we'd all just take up smoking.
Thanks very much, Jessica.
Yeah, thanks.
That was awesome. That was great. So our next speakers is Carrie Gunson and Lauren Nightingale. They work for EcoCare International, a road ecology consulting firm based in Peterborough. And their presentation is entitled Implementing My Mitigation to Reduce Road Mortality and Improve Habitat Connectivity for At-Risk Reptiles across Long Point and Walsingham Forest Priority Place. Carrie has worked as a full-time road ecologist across North America for 24 years, and she's now considered the primary road ecologist for planning, designing, monitoring work in Ontario and other places. And she has as well been appointed as the project manager for Road Ecology Working Group for the Long Point Biosphere and the Priority Place. And she's been working with her technician, Lauren Nightingale, to implement roadkill mitigation strategies for at-risk reptiles across Long Point region. And we're very privileged to have the two of them associated with us in the Long Point Biosphere region. So today they're going to be talking about context-specific road mitigation projects.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Thank you for the intro, Dick. So EcoCare now is happy to say that we have 2 offices or headquarters, one in Port Rowan, run by Lauren, who will speak right after me, and in Peterborough, and I run all over Ontario, and Lauren gets to stay here and do all the fun work in Long Point, Walsingham Forest. Road ecology is the interactions of roads with the environment, wildlife, vegetation, hydrology, water, and we try and figure out from an ecological perspective what we need to reduce road mortality of our wildlife and fragmentation effects of our wildlife. I'm a zoologist, ecologist, so I'm biased towards wildlife, but I also find that I have to work a lot with water too, because we can use the infrastructure that they build to convey water under roads, bridges, and culverts to increase permeability for wildlife. So we try and get wildlife to use those culverts so that they can cross safely. And so with that, we have to work with the road planning agencies, such as Norfolk County here, to be able to use their infrastructure or build onto their infrastructure. And then when they're upgrading their roads, we can put more of these things in. There's other strategies as well, which I will talk about. So that brings us to Norfolk County, Long Point, Walsingham Forest Priority Place. 4 years ago, we started by a landscape context where we mapped all the reptile, wildlife on-road data for the county, and we tried to figure out where there would be hot spots with the habitat that's adjacent to each road. And we came up with a map with these little red dots, and of course, Turkey Point Marsh area came out, and Long Point area, we knew about those, but we wanted to know about other hot spots. So what we found in that, this is showing all the different data sets that we included in that exercise, which was all the stakeholders, partners, Ontario Nature, NHIC, all that data. So we have a database now of over 5,000 records. And what we found was you need hotspots, you need road mortality, unfortunately, to convince them to do something. So you need the roadkill, but I mean, it could have been roadkill historically, but you have to give them something to grab onto to be able to implement things. So we found that, having said that, there was a lot of maybe smaller hotspots. We didn't focus on those. We focused on 3 areas, and we developed this strategy or this work plan, and we're put it together, and we're implementing this year. So our first bullet on our work plan was seasonal signage at our selected hotspots. We selected County Road 60, Erie Boulevard, and Front Road at Turkey Point Marsh as our 3 selected hotspots. This is for turtle road mortality and snake road mortality. And turtles, we know that there's a lot of species at risk turtles, and all of them are affected by road mortality, and so are many of our snakes, especially the eastern fox snake. So we worked at the hotspots, putting the signs up. Then we worked at putting up some mitigation. That was exclusion fencing where we knew they were crossing onto Front Road. And then we are currently drawing up a conceptual mitigation plan on County Road 60 that already has that infrastructure I was talking about for water, the Big Creek Valley. And so we'll add exclusion fencing to that. Then we have Wildlife Road Watch, which Lauren will tell you all about. And that's a community-based science group. And those are effective mitigation because you can find the turtles and lift them across the road so they don't get run over. So this sign shows where we put our signs. You might see them, watch for turtle, they're really big signs. It shows you, Brian and our crew put up signs and helped design them for us, and because I had no idea how to put up signs, so I don't think I would have been able to get that. Lauren and I wouldn't have been able to get that done without help. Eco Fence at Eco Adventures, where we saw Blandings turtles crossing, is we want to put nesting substrate so that they would come up from Turkey Point Marsh, use the nesting substrate, and not cross the road. And the fence would kind of funnel them where to go. That shows that, us putting in the nesting mound. And so what we did was we added gravel and sand into that excavated part that you saw. And Lauren will tell you all about that. And we kind of copied down the road. There was a viewpoint where there was a chain link fence. And we saw that the snapping turtles were stopping at that chain link fence and nesting right there. So we mimicked that just down the road. County Road 60 is a whole big story. We're trying to get the stakeholders funding for a conceptual mitigation strategy to target eastern fox snakes. And as I said, there's this big creek infrastructure there, so we can tie into that. And we also have two ecosystems, the Walsingham Forest, Carolinian Forest, and the Big Creek Valley. And we have a massive wildlife corridor, the Big Creek Valley, going southerly to the National Wildlife Area. So very key spot. In that watershed, the Big Creek watershed, County Road 60, has the road mortality I was talking about, has the infrastructure, and it has traffic volumes. So we need to mitigate that. And then we need to get a stewardship program implemented so that the motorists and the people that live there know to watch out for these snakes. That's our conceptual mitigation strategy on County Road 60. And with that, I'm going to introduce Lauren for the Wildlife Road Watch program. How many minutes was I?
Like 6 or 7. Okay. Oh, this is weird. I'll figure that out. Okay, where's the clicker? Nice. Okay. The button. There we go. Okay, so I'm Lauren. Ooh. Is that good? Yeah. Okay, so I'm Lauren Nightingale, and I coordinated the second year for Wildlife Road Watch. So last year I volunteered with the program, and then I started working for Carrie, and this year I got to run it. So Wildlife Road Watch is a community-based science program where we train our volunteers to patrol 3 turtle road crossing hotspots during nesting season and record wildlife on road observations. And we make sure that any turtles we find make it safely across the road. So roads are a major factor in the decline of our turtle species. Thanks to them thinking roads are a great place to lay their eggs, it can take up to 20 years for a turtle to reach breeding age, so we don't want to lose any nesting females. Okay, so 2 of our 3 patrol locations were on Long Point. There was Hastings Drive and Erie Boulevard. Erie Boulevard's also a very busy snake spot, so that's why I picked a picture of a little garter snake. And our third hot spot is along Front Road that Carrie was talking about, from the Subac viewing area and our eco fence at Eco Adventures. So you can hopefully see, well, you can't. There's three snappers nesting in that picture. And then this picture, there are 2 turtles crossing the road at the same time. I was literally sprinting up and down the road trying to get these turtles off the road around June 15th because there were just that many trying to cross. So for our wildlife observations to be considered research grade, we need a photograph of the animal, date and time, coordinates, the species, and the road status. Ideally, your phone have your location data turned on, so all we really need is the photograph. All that info will be in the metadata for the coordinates and the time. So you can upload your photos directly to our project on iNaturalist, or you can send them directly to my email. That way, even if you don't know the species or the life stage, we can get that information from the picture. Okay, so year one, we focused on just getting observations and getting the turtles off the road, but this year we really expanded on that. So if a turtle is nesting on the roadside, in order to make sure they get back safely, you'd have to wait until they finish nesting. So at that point, we're going through that trouble anyway, we may as well come up with strategies to protect the nests as well. So we unfortunately did find 14 dead adults, but we were able to protect at least 180 on the roads during nesting season. We had a total of 364 observations for all species, so snakes and birds, mammals too. Just one more thing to note here is there's actually quite a few hatchlings that come out in the spring. Generally they come out in the fall, but some will stay in the nest chamber over winter, like this little tiny painted turtle right here. And this is just a collage of a bunch of our rescued turtles. So the picture right in the middle, I don't know how well you can see that. It's just an example of where they will nest. It's literally right on the road shoulder, and they'll be there for hours, so they're at risk of getting hit that entire time. So why do we cover the nests or deal with the excavation? So this little guy, raccoons, possums, coyotes, they dig them all up, basically. Oh wait, I wanted to show you. You can kind of, I don't know how well you see, but right in the foreground is actually a temporary nest cover we had put down in the morning. And as I drove up, this little guy was digging them up and he'd made it through. So I just wanted to show that. Okay, so here, sort of, you can see there's a reinforced chain link nest cover that we put up at the viewpoint. We didn't use the typical nest boxes at the viewpoint because we were worried about poachers. But then right next to it is a nest that we missed with the eggs strewn everywhere. And this picture on the right, I'm sort of really proud and sort of disappointed with this one. I drove up. There was a raccoon digging under a female who had just finished nesting. She hadn't even buried her eggs yet, and just moved the turtle and dug out right from under her. So there were 3 broken eggs, but I managed to grab 6. And since the nests are laid in a straight line along the road, basically every single one will get eaten. The predators just walk along the roadside and they sniff them all out and they get them all. Okay, and for the lucky few that don't get eaten, they're at extremely high risk of getting run over when they try to cross. They're tiny, they're about the size of a loony, and since they're turtles, when they get spooked by passing traffic, they'll just hide in their shells and sit in the middle of the road, and so it's really just a matter of time before they get squished. So to prevent that, we wanted to excavate the eggs and then let the eggs hatch and release them directly into the marsh to get rid of that concern. So this picture, I don't know how well you see, is taken at 2 a.m. When the female finally finished laying. So I and a few of our volunteers were trained to take the eggs out. We would carefully dig down by hand and get them out one by one. You don't change the orientation, then you pack them in moist vermiculite or just the original nest substrate, and then we drive them off to incubators. So all told, we covered 14 nests, excavated 51, 9 of which were at the eco-fence. We had a 93% hatch rate by Scott Gillingwater's team at the London Watershed Conservation Centre. Scott also provided all of our training for excavating the nests, so really big thank you to him. We had a total of 862 hatchlings, and the 62 blandings I really want to point out because 1, they're endangered, and 2, they were horrible for just digging and then changing their mind. There was one night I was out for 6 hours watching 2, and neither of them laid eggs, and they just both turned around and went back. Okay. So part of our hatchling release protocol is they needed to be released within 1 kilometer from their nest site. So on Front Road, that was actually a 45-minute round trip down the hill at Eco Adventures into the marsh, which was beautiful, but the water is so much further away than you think, and it's another reason we wanted to excavate those eggs, because we really don't think the hatchlings can make the trip. Oh, I don't know how well this shows, but this is a map of the Long Point. You can't really see, maybe you can see. The red dots are our release sites, and the big purple dots are the nests. I really just wanted to show this to illustrate how closely we stuck to that 1 kilometer distance for the release sites. And I just wanted to show a bunch of pictures of the little babies. So this one is a little map. That's a painted, and these are snappers, and these bottom two are blandings. And also wanted to show these pictures because they were taken by our volunteer photographer, Chris Vickerson. You can really see their little adorable egg tooth on the tips of their noses. That helps them break out of the shells. And all of this would not have been possible without our volunteers and our amazing community, Eco Adventures. Everybody here just really does care about turtles. And the support we get really makes the difficult parts of the job, like finding dead turtles all the time, a lot easier to deal with. Big thank you to Hobbit Sea Wildlife Refuge. They took in our injured turtles and a bunch of our eggs as well. And of course, thank you to the Biosphere. And we do have a video that we wanted to show. And Carrie, wherever you went, you can come back up for questions. She's right back there. Let's see how slow it goes. Ready. Oh, 17 seconds. Yes, there's the turtle, laid a nest, and our volunteer was right there to dig them up. And then number 2. And then that was Heather. She comes back. There she is. There you go. Okay, now we're done. So come back up, Gary. Come back up. No, you come back up.
I think Carrie was right. You get to do the fun stuff.
Okay. Oh, great. Go ahead.
There is a couple papers out that say that raccoons and predators can't find turtle nests as well along roads as compared to the wild because they're more clumped in the wild, I think, and then they're more spread in the roads, so fewer get predated along roads. But there's not good evidence on that. Did you actually see a raccoon going down the roadside?
Yeah, I saw one night I was watching a Blandings and there was a raccoon and 2 possums straight up just walking the road.
Walking the road, not going like this?
Nope, they were straight down the road.
Yeah, was that on Hastings?
There was Front Road and Hastings.
Okay, cool. So we should write that up.
Yeah, let's do it. Oh, great.
So you're not unhappy when you see raccoon roadkill?
I mean, I did actually take a picture of one and I labeled it. It was like one less nemesis or whatever. But yeah, I love them anyway. I don't care. They're so cute.
Thanks for that presentation. It was great, you guys. In some of our road ecology projects where we've put wildlife fencing up along roads, we're finding that, especially in some instances, depending on the type of fencing, that turtles are getting disoriented along the fences. And it's actually leading to mortality to have the fence up. And I was wondering what type of monitoring you guys do in these areas where you're putting up fence to see, like, just to track if there's actually issues with that.
Well, we did a lot of monitoring along the causeway this year, specifically with, like, there's 2 different types of fencing. There's the fencing that we patched, the green shade cloth, and then there's the stuff the county put up, the silver mesh. I think there's concerns about the silver mesh because they can see through it, where they'll just keep trying to get through. I did see evidence of that with frogs. Actually, there was a leopard frog that had been jumping against that mesh fence and actually has his nose all bruised. I only found one like that, but I did find a few that, you know, had dehydrated and died. So you can't really, they just turned into black.
It's the visibility.
It's a
issue that
yeah, it's a
seems to be-
visibility thing.
And sorry, just one more follow-up. So when you have these fences, are you actually just hoping they stay and nest on that side of the fence, or are you physically moving them over the fence? at
Well,
any
we
time?
hope they're gonna nest on the outside of the fence, because then at least the hatchlings, even when they do come up, they can just go straight that way,
Right.
and they'll turn around.
So where you're moving
basically.
turtles is where you don't have fence.
Yeah, like, so it's hard on like the causeway, for example. Like, say they get in on the east side where the fence is like right there, and people will move them to the west side. Well, the fence is all the way in the marsh. So if you put them on that side, they're still trapped inside the fence. So we really, not ideal. The ideal thing would be to get them on the outside of the fence if you find them on the inside.
Okay, thank
and
you.
the direction they're traveling.
The objective of our eco-fence was, it was only 240 meters long. It was just to capture them when they were coming along there, to nest there instead of going into the agricultural field.
Oh, the eco fence, right, yeah. The eco fence is different.
We wanted to see if 240 meters would work. We will actually want to extend it around, because there was 2 access roads beside it, and those access roads were allowing turtles to just go around. So we want to actually extend.
But on the causeway, it's to funnel them into the culverts and stuff? Is that?
Yes.
It's for funneling and excluding.
Gary, you're supposed to be up here to be in the microphone.
Oh, yeah. I should have made you come back over. Well, thanks very much. That was awesome. Yeah.
Thanks.
And so the final speaker in this session is Eli Winberg. And I'm looking for Eli to... Oh, great. Hi. Eli is a student in biodiversity and environmental science at McMaster, and he's pursuing a thesis in the Patricia Chow Fraser Lab. His focus is on amphibian indicator species, conservation, and community science. And he's going to be talking about novel techniques to confirm the breeding habitat of the Jefferson salamander in vernal pools. He's going to do so with reference to the use of remote sensing and environmental DNA.
Perfect. Thank you very much for the introduction. I'd like to acknowledge my co-author and supervisor, Dr. Pat Chow Fraser, and let's get into the talk. So, the Jefferson salamander. It is a small cryptic amphibian that is listed as endangered both federally and provincially. Its habitat is sparsely distributed to the northeast of North America, where it breeds in fishless pools and bodies of water, namely vernal pools. Of which it is an important indicator species of these vernal pools, as it exhibits high site fidelity. So an individual will return to the same pools year after year. And even if they aren't able to make it back in a given year, say something disrupts their breeding, they will still return to that site when they're able to. So if these sites are recurring, we will find Jeffersons in those sites. In addition, the reason I call them cryptic, the adults spend most of their time in burrows once they are out of breeding season. They only return and become obvious during this breeding season in spring. And this is primarily in deciduous forests where they're not harmed by pine needles. Vernal pools. So these are depressions, local minimums within forests that become inundated with water whenever there's a precipitation event. Eventually these drain, which is important. This lack of permanence means that they are not home to fish species, which would eat the eggs. This vernal pool on the left is actually in Bacchus Woods. It's a pretty normal vernal pool. If we look a bit closer at the water, you can see egg masses within of some kind of salamander species. These are likely yellow-spotted. A major threat to them, which is probably the most major threat, is the loss of breeding habitat. We can see a map on the left. This is a data set from Dr. Jim Bogart of Guelph University that extends up to 2019 of Jefferson salamander presence. The darker blue spots, which you can see mostly in the Halton region, are more recently surveyed, while the lighter spots, such as the ones in the Long Point Biosphere, were surveyed less recently. And as you can tell by their proximity to the GTA, they're in an area that has been largely impacted by both agriculture and urban development. Since colonization, a lot of the forests that these guys require have been destroyed. This loss is especially severe in southern Ontario. And those vernal pools that are remaining are fragmented by roads, meaning that when they migrate during their breeding season in spring, they're likely to be hit by cars, further exposing them to mortality. The recovery plan for Jefferson salamanders has 3 objectives stated. To map all breeding habitats, which includes the vernal pools we are interested in, to identify any formerly used sites that can be restored, and to protect breeding habitats from land use alterations. So, with these objectives, we ask ourselves, what can our research do to assist with this conservation? Specifically, what are the methods that we can map these breeding habitats? What are the methods by which we can assess these breeding habitats for restoration? And how can we use community volunteers and interact with them to assist with these activities? So, when we're talking about the limitations of mapping these breeding habitats, we have quite a few. Vernal pools are small, they're semi-permanent, they're not guaranteed to show up in any orthophotometry or satellite imagery that you're taking because they may simply not be there in the time that you're taking it. In addition, for the air photos and satellite, as you can see, they're not exactly obvious seeing through the canopy. And if you're looking when they don't have a canopy, that's not during spring, which is not their breeding season, so even if they are filled, that may not be a pool that they can use. And additionally, Jeffersons are really hard to distinguish from similar ambystoma species, specifically the blue-spotted and the unisexual dependence on both species. So playing a game here of which ambystoma is the Jefferson, we have 4 contenders. Some of them might be Jefferson, some of them might be Jefferson hybrids. One of them is definitely a blue-spotted. But the key thing to take away from here is that we need DNA confirmation to actually know if something is a Jefferson or one of the hybrids or a blue-spotted. So the way we do that conventionally is that you would live trap them along their migration back to their breeding sites, and that is associated with handling disturbances that are not studied but could have a negative impact. Anyone who's worked with wildlife rehabilitation knows the effect of stress on wildlife. And then once you have them, you can take tail clippings to genotype and confirm their actual DNA. Now, this is an invasive procedure, and while they do regenerate in similar species, it's not studied on what the energy cost of this is, but there is an energy cost. And then finally, you would use radiotelemetry to track them as they move back to the sites that they used to breed. And this is how you'd get kind of new sites to expand our distribution knowledge. This is labor-intensive and costly. You need to have the right machinery and also, something important, the expertise. And you need to train people up to be able to track them in this way. So it's made it quite difficult to move kind of further beyond one step at a time, of one pool to the next pool, which is a slow process when we're trying to understand the distribution throughout all of southern Ontario. So our lab's proposed approach starts with using that historic database given to us by Professor Jim Bogart going up to 2019. We will then use LIDAR, or we have then used LIDAR, to map depressions within southern Ontario, and overlay historic breeding sites to create best bet current breeding sites. So trying to figure out where they're most likely to be still. From those, we can collect water samples for the analysis of eDNA during spring, and use a lab primer to confirm the eDNA of Jefferson salamanders in those vernal pools. So focusing in a little bit on each aspect of that methodology, LIDAR stands for light detection and ranging. I'll go over this really briefly because I think a lot of people are pretty familiar with it here. Basically, as you fly along, you bounce a pulse of light off the ground and measure the amount of time it takes to come back. The longer it takes, of course, means the lower the ground is. From that, we can build up what we call a digital terrain model, which you can kind of see being built on the right side of the lowest points and the highest points, which we see in that kind of shadowy image in the bottom left corner. It's a little hard to interpret at that way of looking, but the lighter points are higher, the darker points are lower. From then, we could process it into these tan patches on the rightmost image that are the depressions. And the way we do that is based on a method developed by Elaine Marzek, a former master's student of the Pat Chow-Fraser lab for her master's thesis in 2023. Basically, you start by smoothing the LIDAR data to reduce commission error. Then we go through a depression routine, which basically maps out all of the little pools that water can flow into. From there, we exclude by area and wetland. So excluding by area, we don't want something too large, that's likely an unmapped wetland, and we don't want something too small, that's probably just a little bit of crag that would not actually hold water long enough to have the Jeffersons breed in it. And the area range we found was between 35 square meters and 3,500 square meters. And then 5-meter buffer from the wetland, because we want these to be the impermanent vernal pools. If something is within 5 meters of a wetland, it's probably just being constantly recharged by that wetland, and it is therefore not an impermanent pool. And lastly, we can use a machine learning random forest algorithm that's been trained off of vernal pools in Georgian Bay to get a more likely guess at which one of these potential vernal pools is actually a vernal pool and which one isn't. So the way that actually looks, I know that's a lot of words, what we'll get at the end of that is these tan patches are all potential vernal pools, and then the green patch right here is a wetland with this kind of seafoam patch being our 5-meter buffer from the wetland. Then we'll overlay it with our historic breeding sites, which you can see as the red dots on this one here, all around. To look a bit closer on the way we'd actually do this, you can see this red dot falls within the wetland. So that's likely one that is either breeding within the wetland or close enough that it's something being regenerated by the wetland, so we're not very interested in it. And another thing that's kind of a challenge with these is you can see this chain of a bunch of different potential vernal pools along here leading into the wetland. It's possible that that's actually a series of small fragmented wetlands that is simply too small to be mapped by our wetland layers. So it's something to think of when you're actually going to these sites of, is this a wetland or is these actually vernal pools? It's pretty clear once you're there. So all of these ones that are outside of the wetland and are of the right size are something that we'd be interested in as our best bet breeding sites, from which we then go to do eDNA sampling. So a really big benefit of eDNA sampling is that it's an extremely simple and easy process, which means volunteers can be trained to do it. All you need to do is to go up to the pool, draw out an amount of water, pass it through a filter. We found 0.2 micrometers worked best. Then use forceps to store that filter in a buffer solution, and then return it to a lab for eDNA analysis. So in spring of 2023, we went through this procedure as kind of a pilot program, just us, and these are our results. Before I go through anything specific, you can see the gray dots are from the Jim Bogart data set. Those are the existing sites that we did not sample in this sampling effort. And then the ones with green and red are ones that we did, with green being positive for Jefferson presence and red being negative for Jefferson presence. Beyond that, the circles, the dots, are existing sites that we sampled, and the triangular dots are additional sites, ones that were not included in the data set, but we found either had or did not have Jeffersons. So we took 22 eDNA samples this spring, primarily from existing sites. These samples were analyzed by Nature-Metrics for the eDNA part, of which we got 9 positive results. And something I want to call attention to, you might notice that we have northern points right here that are much more northern than the rest of them. These were based on, you can see there's still some existing sites down there that were not super recently surveyed, but it's kind of an effort to try to figure out where the current northern distribution of Jefferson salamanders is, because we simply don't have enough data on it. It might have been that those samples were taken too early, as they were taken at around the same time we take them for the rest of southern Ontario, but in a colder latitude, it might be that their actual reproduction happens a bit later, or the growth rate is a bit slower. So those northern points are of additional interest for further study. And you might notice, very relevant to us, a red site here that I'll talk about a little bit later. And something of very big interest to me that was really cool, we got 4 additional positive sites that were not included in the historical data set that we can now add in, which was very cool to find. So case studies. I really want to zoom into 3 specific sites that we looked into around here. Specifically, a site where Jeffersons were detected in an active restoration project, a site where it was a historical site that had lost its population, as far as we can tell so far, and kind of related to the last presentation, an example of fencing and eco-passageways seemingly being able to mitigate the mortality of salamanders using a roadside vernal pool. So for the Jeffersons detected in a restoration site, we found these Jeffersons next to a historical site that had been degraded. There was no amphibian life within it. You can see the one that we actually did find them within is also pretty degraded looking, which matches, it appeared to be negatively impacted by runoff from a nearby ranch. Its total phosphorus was nearly 400 micrograms per liter, which you may note the water quality objective is 30. So it was incredibly nutrient loaded. But it appears that these restoration efforts underway by the Nature Conservancy of Canada appear to be working. There are still Jeffersons in that area, which is a great sign. They're using these coir logs, which are coconut fiber, to block a bunch of the detritus coming off from that runoff from the ranch. But there's still nutrient load getting through, so they're looking for a more permanent solution for this site. Now, really relevant to the Long Point Biosphere is a historical site that no longer contains Jefferson. If you remember from the start, this is in the Bacchus Woods area, an area I used to hike in a lot as a kid. And when we sampled this, there were seeming ambystoma larvae present at the time. However, we got a negative result from the eDNA. The last time Jeffersons were reported in the Long Point Biosphere was in 2005, and not since then. We're really lacking data, despite the fact that this is a 2023 species at risk recovery strategy. It's a mapped critical habitat area. This Bacchus Woods right here and a couple other points in the Long Point Biosphere region are really important critical habitat, at least historically, for these salamanders. But with one site, we really need a lot more information. This is a site, an area that can use a lot more further study. I'd be really interested to see how that goes in the future, because they may be gone, but they may still be somewhere else here. It's only one site that we have data from this pilot program. So if anyone's really interested in running that, I'm happy to talk about that. And the last case study, fencing and eco-passageways. There was this vernal pool that was about like 1.5 meters from an active road that managed to have a lot of Jefferson larvae in the 2023 breeding season. It's a site that's been monitored and kind of protected by Ontario streams. And typically the road mortality next to a road, adding in pollutants in addition to just the regular getting hit by a car type of roadside mortality, would be a severe limitation on this site being able to survive. But the Ontario streams mitigated collisions with cars using fencing that you can see right here, and an eco-passageway that seems to have been able to allow these salamanders to migrate back, which is pretty hopeful and cool. Moving forward with this project, we really hope to involve the community. Involving local citizens and community has been utmost important for a project like this. Michigan's actually got a really good program for this, the Michigan Vernal Pools Partnership. They do a vernal pool patrol where a ton of communities go out and survey vernal pools. This is incredibly important because there's only so many undergraduate students you can throw at the problem, and there's a lot of sites to visit within basically a month of spring. Like, it's end of May, halfway through June, you kind of have to get to all of these sites. So community involvement, incredibly important. We've contacted and are working with the Bruce Trail Conservancy and are looking to be involved with other groups as well to gauge interest in participating in a pilot program starting next year for spring. So my plan for fall of 2023, finishing that up, and winter of 2024, is to prepare maps of potential sites around the Bruce Trail properties, and also, if anyone else is interested, around those areas as well. We're working on developing primers for Jefferson salamanders and blue-spotted, and also hoping to get them ready for the unisexual species, so we can have a kind of more specific look at what species are there. And then in spring of 2024, we can distribute sampling kits to the Bruce Trail Conservancy volunteers, have them collect eDNA samples and site information, and then send them back to us for processing. And a way that I think I can improve this, and we can kind of keep working on our way of detecting these sites, Simons et al. 2023, which I believe a previous presenter actually worked with, who also worked with Dr. Jim Bogart using that data set, developed a species distribution model along the Niagara Escarpment using climate, land cover, and land usage, soil and topography variables to predict the likelihood of them occurring in certain areas. We can then use, they didn't use LiDAR because they didn't have the available processing power, but what we can do is add LiDAR to these factors to then develop a map for all of Southern Ontario to get likelihood across all of Southern Ontario, and try to find the suitable vernal pools that we can then survey with a volunteer effort. So that brings me to the end of my talk. I'd like to acknowledge the funding that came from the Habitat Stewardship Program and give special thanks to Dr. Jim Bogart for the historic data set and also for being kind of the guy to go to when it comes to Jefferson salamanders. Elaine Marzek, the master's student who developed the GIS method. Kelton Adderley Heron, a PhD candidate student in the Pat Shaw-Fraser lab, whose knowledge in vernal pools and amphibians has been instrumental to me understanding how this project goes. Karolina Trzynska, who ran the water quality samples over the summer with some other summer lab students, and the rest of the Pat Shaw-Fraser lab students for their help. As well as Adam Barlowski and Gary Hall of the Booth Trail Conservancy, Mark Heaton of Ontario Streams, Sarah Meyer, Kristen Ferguson, and Rick Simpson of the Nature Conservancy of Canada for all of their local knowledge and expert local knowledge. I'm happy to take any questions, and there's my contact information if you're interested in being part of the pilot program.
Thanks very much, Eli.
Presentation was great. You kind of alluded to it on one of your last slides. The last time I looked into doing eDNA for salamanders, the primers weren't available for the unisexuals. And I'm wondering if you're sampling ponds in multiple years, since not all salamanders breed in the same year and Jeffersons represent such a small proportion of the population. Like, is it possible that if you didn't detect it, it could just be that no individuals went to that pond to breed in a given year?
Yeah, absolutely. Like, it could. These are all just singular data points. The idea of this project is just as an example of getting these methodologies to work. The hope is to continue sampling in the same way, both in the areas that we've already confirmed or sampled and haven't found them, especially if we have local knowledge of, hey, it appears that ambystoma are moving in this area, let's check this out. Definitely multiple years of sampling effort is required to understand whether they are actually gone from a site, even if you get a negative result.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, okay.
Hi there. I've thought about vernal pools and the selection of the salamander of those vernal pools, and 3 questions come to my mind. Would a salamander go to a pond because it successfully was born there, a return idea? 2, does it detect the presence of fish by taste or smell? Or 3, does it somehow know it's a vernal pool? And I'm not really voting for number 3. So do you think there's other important things that you should be also trying to screen out for what makes a vernal pool selected by salamanders, such as vegetation cover, shading, possibly a source of groundwater to supplement those years? I just find that looking for a depression as being a too limited or a too narrow a scope of finding these things, when probably those salamanders are looking according to a variety of characteristics. They've been around for 200 million years.
Yeah.
They're pretty smart.
Absolutely. That's a very insightful question. That's kind of the goal of the species distribution model, is to account for factors such as those. And that's my concern going forwards from this presentation, basically, is to include those factors when we're looking at these habitats. As you mentioned, definitely not number 3. They'll still reproduce in fishless ponds. They'll reproduce in wetlands. The reason we're focused on vernal pools specifically is they are a unique habitat that is not considered, period, by the Ontario government. It's not considered a wetland. It's not under protection. There are areas in which they are protected more or considered more, but Southern Ontario is really not one of them. So we're trying to bring that understanding that this is a unique habitat we want to conserve.
Where was the Eco Passages and fence project that you spoke
absolutely.
about?
Sorry, I should have mentioned that.
And is it working?
So the question of is it working is something that would have to be like rigorously tested for me to say well. But from anecdotal evidence, there really wouldn't be a Jefferson population that large right next to a roadside without something being different, which would seem to suggest it is doing well. It's actually located in Halton, the Caledon Hills area. A lot of the data we have is around that kind of Halton area. That's just been kind of the focus. I definitely don't think that's the extent of them, which points to the species distribution model of trying to expand our understanding to the rest of Southern Ontario.
Are you allowed to say what road, or you're holding that back?
I think I'm going to hold that back.
Okay,
I'm sorry.
well, you can tell me later. I know. I think I.
Well, yeah, Mark Heaton, perfect contact to get into the, to understand and talk about that project.
So, Eli, maybe this is going to reflect my ignorance of the science, but is there any effort to reintroduce the Jefferson salamander? I was thinking of what Jessica said at the beginning. You restore the habitat as step one, and then you move to reintroduce in places like Bacchus Woods, maybe.
Yeah, that's not something that I believe there's any research papers on, as far as I'm aware. If someone has some knowledge, I'd be happy for them to share that. But one of the interesting things is they are a lot more common in certain states. So there could be a possibility for a reintroduction, given that they are not endangered in some states, and you could therefore likely have more individuals there to move.
I do specialize in butterflies, but I also dabble in salamanders. And I haven't published it yet, but we did actually do a successful translocation of some Jefferson salamander from the Dundas Valley to one of our recovery sites in Kitchener. It was a site where Jefferson had been extirpated, but the unisexual and Bistema are still there. This is why I asked a question about the eDNA, because we wouldn't have picked Jefferson and up there. But we did successfully translocate them. I raised them in situ, and they seem to do okay. So it is possible to translocate them.
Really good to know. You were also on part of, were you also part, I think you had co-authorship on the Simons et al. Paper.
Yeah. Siemens. I took a picture because it was her first paper. She'll be so excited you presented about it. Yeah, cool, let's connect.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
So thanks very much. We obviously have a break now. I think it's 3:45. People are to be back.
To the side of the mic? Yeah, so if you're doing your address, like this might be a bit high for you. We'll bring it down a bit. And then just try and get close to it, because it works so much better. If I have to turn it up when you're far away, I get a feedback in the
So I will speak directly in.
I've got it swooped
But when they
down.
come in,
Yeah, that's exactly right.
All right.
And if they're tall, tilt it up. If they're short, tilt it
All right.
down. And that would make at least the last stretch
we
of
should
the day
have.
sound.
You know what would have been good is having one extra mic.
Oh, because then it just, you got to headhunt for people with cameras. And we're trying to keep the cost down and use these robotic cameras. So
okay.
That gets it's pretty tricky.
Okay.
But
yeah, no way. Okay, everybody, we're going to resume session 4, final session of the day. Okay. Hi, is Robert here? Robert Pivar? Oh, hi, Robert. We're ready to start. Welcome back, everyone. So we're going to start session 4, our 4th and final session of the day. Thanks for hanging in, guys. I'm happy to introduce our first speaker of the last session, Robert Pivar. He's with the Long Point Walsingham Forest Pollinating Insect, his presentation is Long Point Walsingham Forest Pollinating Insect Monitoring. Robert is a biologist with the environmental consulting firm Natural Resource Solutions Incorporated. He's a trained entomologist, having received a PhD from the University of Tennessee, and has extensive experience in insect taxonomy and systematics. His main area of interest lies in understanding insect biodiversity, both locally and abroad. So welcome to Robert.
Everybody hear me okay? A little quiet? That's it. All right, hold on here. Oh, now I can hear myself. Awesome. Cool, all right. Hello, everybody. Thank you for sticking around for a presentation today, which hasn't appeared. Okay, wonderful. It's coming. It's coming. This is my first time at this conference. So far, it's been pretty awesome. Great to see a lot of cool research going on. Thank you for to the organizers as well. Excellent job. Flawless. Flawless. Beautiful. All righty. So I'm going to present to you some of our research in tallgrass prairies at Long Point. Long Point pollinating plots. I swear this won't be an exercise in alliteration, but there's going to be a lot of alliteration today with pollinating and plots and properties, all that kind of action. Yeah, so let's move forward here. We're back. Okay. Let's try enter. Well, here's some cool critters that we found in Long Point. This stuff is all stuff that you can find right here. Of course, not the moose. I'm not sure what kind of fish that is, but I doubt we'll find that in a tallgrass prairie. Big plans for the weekend, anybody? It's my wife's birthday tomorrow. I'm going to smoke some pork butt, hopefully get some nice pulled pork going for the family. I'm pretty excited about that. I think I'll start probably at 5. We have people coming over at 3. Takes about 8 hours to maybe 10, depending on the pork, but we'll see what happens. I'll start at 5 tomorrow morning. All right. Hey, there we go. All right. So I'll give you a brief outline about what I'm going to talk to you about today. I'll give you an intro about myself, some of our objectives, methods, what we found so far, and some preliminary conclusions with the data that we've collected. And then I'll show you where we're going to go in the future with this work as well. So you've already heard a bit about me. Graduated from the University of Guelph with my Bachelor's of Science in Environmental Science. Worked at Niagara College for a bit, taught a course there. Then I went to the University of Tennessee to do my master's and PhD. After I completed that, I had some time at the Smithsonian in Washington, actually during my PhD, worked there for a bit, and then taught at Brock. And now I'm at Natural Resource Solutions doing consulting, and it's been great. Still get to play with bugs, which is a lot of fun. So this project came to fruition when the Canadian Wildlife Service released their Integrated Conservation Action Plan, and they identified that fire suppression was actually a pretty big threat to open country habitats such as tallgrass prairie and savanna habitats. So NRSI was awarded funding so we can address and implement some conservation actions. And one of those actions was actually to look at pollinator populations and to see how prescribed burns can affect the abundance, richness, and diversity of these populations, where prescribed burning was proposed. We've heard a lot about pollinators today, so I don't think I really have to explain any more about them to you, but they're really important, obviously, for our food and also for the food of wildlife and healthy ecosystems and plant reproduction. And for our project, we focus on 3 insect groups for pollination. We focus on butterflies, wasps, bees, and the true flies, Diptera, which are my favorite. And there's some smiling faces too, which is always exciting when people are excited about flies. So we've got 3 properties that we looked at with this project. We've got over here the butterfly block. This is next to Bacchus Woods, Demare Home Farm, and Manister Tract, which many people are familiar with in the audience. The butterfly block and Demare Home Farm were both previously agricultural usage. In 2010, that usage stopped, and these were actually replanted with tallgrass prairie seed mixes, and they're run by the NCC currently. Manister Tract up here has no history of agriculture as far as I know, and it's currently provincial crown land, and it's managed by Ontario Parks and the St. Williams Conservation Reserve. So within all these plots, we've got 6 monitoring plots in each one, totaling 18 monitoring plots. So all these plots have a recent burn history, which I've outlined here. In the butterfly block, block number 5 was burned in 2021, 1, 2, and 3 burned in 2020, and then block 4 up here hasn't been burned yet, although this past year, the NCC removed some of the invasive pines that were present in that area. For Demare Home Farm, the nearly entire plot was burnt in 2022. Actually, this is the first experience I had in tallgrass prairie, so when I walked out initially, I could see the grass, right? I was like, wow, that is tall grass. As I got closer and then I got into the grass, I was like, wow, this is tall grass. I was blown away. That was my first experience in a tall grass habitat, and it was pretty cool and kind of nerve-wracking, kind of like lurking through the grass, looking for your pan traps or whatever. Who knows what was out there? And then in Manister Tract, as I said, this is a naturalized area that has no history of agriculture. And you can see here there was a prescribed burn in 2022. And this is by far my favorite property to visit just because it's so cool. It's so peaceful in there too. And I always seem to run into people randomly, like interesting people. Like, I can't remember the guy's name who's presenting tomorrow. I ran into him, Canada's Indiana Jones. I ran into him, that was pretty neat. Anyway, so methods. What's going on with our research here? So our monitoring plots are about 50 by 50 meters in size. And we use 3 different types of survey methods. We use visual surveys. So basically you're observing all the plants in the area in your plot. If you see a pollinator come through and maybe land on a plant, you would record that. So if a butterfly lands on a flower and it starts nectaring, you say, okay, butterfly, monarch, nectaring. If something just flies through the plot, you would record that as well. They could be mating, just resting on a plant. You record all pollinator species that you see, their behavior, and any plant interactions. The second survey is sweep netting, which consists of essentially doing a kind of a random transect throughout the plot with your net, sweeping 50 times, sticking your head in and seeing what you found. As far as pollinators go, I find it's not as effective for collecting pollinators, but you do catch a ton of spiders and grasshoppers, so when you stick your face in there, you're immediately covered in all these jumping insects on your face. And then pan trapping, which is probably the most effective method for pollinator sampling. We had 21 pans, 7 yellow, 7 blue, and 7 white to replicate flower coloration. And we'd fill these with soapy water, leave them out for as long as possible, typically 5 to 8 hours. Usually it's a weather-dependent thing. So these are a couple of our plots in Manister Tract. We're doing some visual surveys here. This is our typical X pattern for our pan traps. I find that with the X pattern, you cover the most ground, but also it's the easiest to relocate your pans, because when you're in those tall grass habitats, if you kind of randomly scatter your pans all over, good luck finding those again and retracing your steps. I've dropped a couple of things out there and never found them again. Surveys we did once a month at each site from June to September for a total of 72 collecting events. And for identifications, we perform them in the field when possible to family or genus and sometimes species. And then for the pan traps, because those samples are so large, we would collect those, bring them back to the office, and then we'd actually get Gregory from the University of Guelph, who's really great at IDing insects down to pretty well the species level for the most part. He does all of our identifications for us. So for the results, these results are more of a general overview of what we found so far to date. It's more encompassing all three properties rather than more site-specific results. And they don't include any samples from this year, 2023. Those are still being identified. But we've got data here from 2019 to 2022. And then plots 1 to 6 that you'll see in the next few slides are all butterfly block, 1 to 12, Demare Farm, and then 13 to 18 are the Manister Tract. So when looking at relative pollinator abundance, so basically the number of individual pollinators that you're seeing, you can see that Manister Tract by far has the most abundance, the highest number of individuals, followed by butterfly block and Demare Farm. And then when we start taking burns into account is where we start seeing some more interesting data. So if the plot has not been burned yet, you can see that we have higher abundance, especially within Manister Tract. Whereas with burned plots, you'll see that we have less abundance, although there are some aberrations there as well. And we'll dive a bit more into this information. So this is pollinator abundance encompassing all the pollinators, Hymenoptera, Lepidoptera, and Diptera. So if you look here, years since burn, no burn, obviously there's been no burn. 0 years, those are years where there's been a burn and we actually collect that same year. 1 year since burn, 2 years since burn, that's pretty straightforward. So when looking at no burn, you can see that in Manister Tract, you're getting very high abundance still. And with no burn in butterfly block and Demare Home Farm, your abundance numbers are actually kind of low. And when you have your first burn, if you've collected that same year, the numbers are about the same, but then after year 1 and year 2, you're starting to see a rebound in pollinator numbers. So breaking it down now by order. So Hymenoptera, your bees and your wasps. Again, Manister, very high abundance despite there not being any burns yet. Except for the one site where there has been a burn, they still have a fairly high number of specimens being collected. And then if you look at butterfly block, Demare Home Farm, does that beeper mean 15 minutes? Okay, phew. If you look here, you'll see that numbers with no burn are fairly low. 0 years since burn, still kind of low, and then also another increase. Similar story with Lepidoptera. Manister Tract, again, high abundance numbers despite no burn. Funny here is that when you do have no burn, Lepidoptera numbers are kind of high, actually. And then once you have 0 years since burn, the numbers drop, and then they'll start to rebound after your first year and second year of sampling. And I did not do any crazy time travel here. That's just a typo. Syrphidae abundance. So syrphids, the first couple years, we didn't really look at them too much, and over the last 2 years, I've been pulling them out of the samples a bit more. So our data here is kind of not as complete, but over this year and next year, hopefully we'll get some more syrphid data. Sorry, syrphid folks, but we're going to help you out, don't worry. And then looking at diversity now, so the number of species within these plots. If you look at years since or no burn, fairly high for bees and wasps, especially in Manister Tract. Interestingly, in the butterfly block, these numbers are quite low. And then after their first year, so if you're collecting the same year as a burn, those numbers stay low. But again, you start to see that rebound after your first year and your second year. Similar to Lepidoptera, except with Lepidoptera, almost across the board, with no burn, you see these higher populations or higher diversity of Lepidoptera. Then you have your first burn, first year since burn, those numbers will drop, and then they'll start to increase again. So as far as the species go that we found both introduced and native species. I don't have any numbers yet to say like X% are native, X% are introduced, but that's something that we'll certainly look at in the future. There are no tallgrass specific species. They're mostly all generalist species that we've collected, but this is just pollinators, mind you, right? There's still other taxa out there that could be specific to tallgrass prairies. We just haven't been sampling those species, but that would be interesting to look at in the future as well. And nearly all of the species are considered to be common or secure within Ontario, except of course for monarch, which is special concern species. But it's nice to report that the second most abundant species in all these plots, as far as butterflies go, are actually monarchs, and 13 out of the 18 plots, we see them very regularly. Unfortunately, the most common is the cabbage white. So some conclusions for now. These are preliminary, of course. Relative pollinator abundance and diversity are generally higher in plots that are not burned, whereas the lowest abundance and diversity are areas that have received the burn that same year as collection, which makes sense, right? That's what you would expect. If you just burned an area, you wouldn't expect there to be very abundant and diverse pollinator populations there. They're going to drop, but they will increase over time, which we've seen so far and which is consistent with previous studies. So other studies indicate that for Hymenoptera, for example, bees and wasps, within 2 years, you start to see a nice rebound in population size and diversity. And with Lepidoptera, it takes about 3 years, but you do see those increases. Which is one reason why we want to continue these studies, because we've only done about 2-3 years of collecting. So we want to continue to make sure we can see the full rebound. And it also illustrates that doing these burns, despite the initial effects of population falls, population drops, they're still important to the ecosystem. So you do these burns, you'll see a drop, but then in a few years you will see that rebound and they actually become more diverse and more abundant in the future. And then when we were looking at our plots, as you probably saw in the results, Manistee Tract is by far has the highest abundance of pollinators and the most diversity as well. And the lowest are in Demare Home Farm. And this is also to be expected given that Demare Home Farm and Butterfly Block have a past of agricultural use, whereas Manistee Tract does not. So it has had the ability to build up these populations and diversity over the years. So moving forward, 2023, we just finished our sampling in September, and that's all being identified now by Gregory. 2024 will be our last year of field surveys. And then in 2025, we're going to do a more robust analysis of the data, really dig into these trends and see what we can find. And as well, we want to hopefully get a couple of publications out of this. And then we also, so NRSI released this year, I believe it was, best management practices for tallgrass prairie and burning. And one of those sections, chapters in that publication was that dealing with insects. So we want to see if we can use these practices and tie them into what we found so far with our research. So for example, if you have a rare species in a habitat, you don't want to burn the entire habitat, maybe burn just 25% of it. Or if a nearby habitat is overgrown, burn that habitat, and then these rare species can hopefully move in there in the future. Or sometimes maybe burning isn't even necessary at all. So for example, if you have a rare species that's in a very small patch of habitat, it might be best to avoid burning so you don't wipe out that population and maybe use some other techniques to help restore that habitat. And yeah, I'd like to thank ECCC for their funding and all these other organizations for their funding as well. And Emily, Gregory, and Maya for their help in the field and identifications. And with that, thank you all for listening, and I would love to answer some questions if you have any.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Anyone want to ask a question? You'll have to come up here. Please come up here.
You're getting your steps in today. Wonderful.
Awesome talk.
Thank you.
I had a question. I might have actually missed this, but can you kind of figure out whether there's a sweet spot in terms of the frequency of burn. So I'm thinking about the intermediate disturbance hypothesis, and yeah, can you actually parse that out with your data set?
I'm hoping we can. I don't know yet. I haven't really looked into that, but that's definitely on our list of things to look at in the future. So hopefully next year or the year after, we'll come back here and I'll have some answers for you.
That's awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Is there anyone else? Okay.
I'm wondering if you have observed on the sites that have been burned or have been restored, if you're noticing an increase over time. I realize it's a pretty short time span that it's been sampled, but could you, in theory, predict like when they might reach that reference site state?
So so within a property, for example.
Yeah, like if a site has been restored, about how long might it take, or is it ever going to reach a reference site that hasn't, had that agricultural history in terms of pollinator diversity?
That's a great question. I'm not really sure of the answer to that, but I mean, if we're just comparing the burned sites with the unburned sites, so some of the data actually shows that beyond 4 years, you'll hit like a plateau in your abundance and diversity. And then after these burns, it drops and then builds up again. So I wonder if we'll see something like that, but I'm not sure of a time frame specifically addressing like an unburned versus burned site and how long it will take to recolonize that.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks, everybody.
Thanks for your presentation. Okay, our next speaker is Dr. Marnie Isaac. Dr. Isaac, are you ready? Okay. Dr. Marnie Isaac is a professor in the Department of Physical and Environmental Sciences and the Department of Global Development Studies at the University of Toronto. She holds the Canada Research Chair in Agro-Ecosystem Development and is the co-director of the University of Toronto's Sustainable Food and Farming Futures Cluster, leads an interdisciplinary research lab that explores plant-soil interactions, nutrient cycles, and ecosystem functions in diversified agroecosystems and the social processes that lead to agroecological transitions. So welcome, Dr. Isaac.
Thank you. Thanks. Can you hear me okay? Good? Good for you guys? Okay. Like the speaker group before me, thank you so much for sticking it out till now, the end of the day on Friday, so thanks so much. I feel like a bit of an anomaly here because I have no nice photos of amphibians or insects in my talk. I'm really sorry about that, but for any of you out here that's interested in agricultural land restoration, plant diversity, and soil health, this talk is for you. So we're gonna focus on that for the next 15 minutes or so. Andreas Rollhauser is a postdoctoral fellow in my research group. He couldn't be here today, so I'm really honored today to be here to give you this talk. As was mentioned, my research group at the University of Toronto really focuses on the role of biodiversity in agricultural landscapes and the impact on plant-soil interactions, nutrient cycles, and functioning of systems. We really do this in systems all around the world. We focus a lot in the tropics as well as temperate regions, but we're really interested in various types of biodiversity. This can be everything from functional diversity, so how plants function on the landscape, straight taxonomic diversity, so the amount of species, and also genetic diversity. So we really focus on all these types of diversity. But we can pretty much broadly say that enhancing biodiversity in agricultural landscapes leads to a whole suite of ecosystem services. We know that enhancing biodiversity can give us regulating services like carbon storage, pest and disease control. It can offer a diversity of crop portfolios and yield stability. And it can also provide supporting services like nutrient and water cycling and soil health. And of course, this diversity has been recognized here in Ontario. Alice, in the early 2000s, recognized this by introducing land restoration practices that enhanced biodiversity in marginal agricultural lands, which I'll speak about today. 2009, we saw agroforestry, so trees and agricultural landscapes, listed as a best management practice in Ontario. And even this year, in the national scale, the Sustainable Agricultural Strategy has identified biodiversity as a key focus area. This, of course, isn't only happening in Canada. This is happening around the world. And most recently, we had the publication of 13 principles to achieve sustainability in agricultural landscapes. And one of those key principles is the enhancement of biodiversity in agricultural landscapes. We can see that right here in this diagram as a key agroecological principle. This was identified by the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations a few years ago, and now this idea of agroecology and biodiversity in agricultural landscapes has made its way into the most recent IPCC. And even here in Canada, during our assessment of biodiversity in agricultural landscapes, we see this as a really important factor, but totally understudied. So this is where we're at now. And the type of biodiversity I want to talk about today is called associated biodiversity. This is the type of biodiversity you see in agricultural fields at the edges. And this is a really understudied aspect of enhancing biodiversity in agricultural landscapes. We actually don't know much about this type of biodiversity. And even all these policies and practices that I mentioned also don't recognize the role of this biodiversity in landscape restoration. And I think it's here that this talk intersects with a lot of the talks today. When we think about agricultural land restoration, what is the role of this biodiversity in enhancing these ecosystem services? So this is what we were interested in, and so we reached out to Alice Norfolk, and they kindly connected us to a suite of farmers in Norfolk County who had various established patches of biodiversity in their landscape. So we saw everything from edges planted with various tall grass prairie plants and different tree species. We had restoration practices happening on the edges of farms, and even here at the edge overlooking the lake. So we used this suite of farms, and we identified in these farms what we're calling transitional features. So areas of the landscape that are marginal on the farm that have been transitioned into these biodiversity plantings. And we wanted to understand the role of those in conferring some of these ecosystem services. So the main things we were interested in studying were aspects of soil health, recycling properties of the soil, and input reductions. And we used various proxies to understand these three phenomenon. We measured active soil carbon as a proxy for soil health. We measured microbial communities as a proxy for nutrient recycling. And we measured total root biomass as a measure of input reduction. And so we went out into these suite of farms. Kindly landowners let us come out, take some samples, and also measured all the biodiversity in these plots. So we measured taxonomic diversity as well as the functional diversity in these plots and took soil samples. Here's some of our results. What we did here is compare forested landscapes to those in agricultural production to those that have been restored. So we have on the bottom graph here, forest under agricultural production and in grassland restoration. And what you can see here clearly is that we get a rebound in soil carbon with this restoration. So it drops down from forested to agricultural and then rebounds in these grasslands, which is great. We're seeing an impact of this grassland restoration on very critical processes in the soil, such as active carbon, which is very sensitive to these management practices. Similarly, if we look at these cover types, forest, agriculture, and grassland, and we look at the total root biomass at these sites, we see this rebound or recovery happening in these grassland sites. We would expect this. We know this, that as we enhance this biodiversity, we're seeing these soil processes recover. Now, this is where I'm going to take a little bit of a twist, and hopefully you guys can follow along with me, and I explain it clearly enough, but even though we're interested in these processes in land restoration, simply measuring biodiversity and soil processes is not enough. it doesn't actually allow us to understand why this is happening. And that's really what we're interested in. We want to understand the various pathways where we can get from restoring land as an intervention to these outputs. We're interested in adding complexity or nuance in the pathways that go from enhanced biodiversity to these ecosystem services. And so to do this, we create these pathway analyses that go between enhancement of restored landscapes through soil properties and also plant traits. And these plant traits are what are moderating the outcomes of these processes. So let me just walk you through this really quickly. When we want to be able to do this, we want to go from the environmental conditions and the management to the outputs. But the pathway is not direct. That pathway is moderated by how plants grow and their traits, which then control all of these processes in the soil. So we go from these environmental conditions at a site through the expression of these plant traits in these communities, in these plant communities, that act as levers on these processes in the soil that then produce the outcomes that we're interested in. And it's this complexity that we were interested in understanding at these sites in Norfolk County to be able to contribute more nuanced idea of how the plant community is actually producing these outcomes. So if we go here, I'm showing again the graph I first showed, and we can see the forested site has the higher active carbon, it drops down, and then it rebounds in the grassland, restored grassland. But what we want to do is add this complexity. So let me walk you through this. Here is that pathways I just showed you, and now here is the data to show us all these pathways. This looks complicated. The main point that comes out here is that this outcome of soil carbon is being completely controlled by leaf traits in that plant community. So as those ecological strategies of the plant community shift from agricultural crops to these restored landscapes, we see a controlling or moderating factor of, for instance here, leaf dry matter content or leaf mass per area. These are specific traits of these plants that are controlling the output of this soil carbon. So while there is a clear pathway between these soil properties, there's also a moderating pathway between the actual traits of these plant communities and these environmental outcomes. Understanding these pathways allows us to specifically select plants and traits of plants to enhance this land restoration. Similarly, if we look here at root biomass, as I showed you before, we can just measure this outcome and these land management practices, or we can enhance and understand the complexity of the pathways that go from that management practices to the outcome. And that goes through these moderating traits. And these moderating traits here are leaf area and leaf mass per area. This indicates the type of plants that are most controlling these outcomes of these soil properties. This allows us to identify specific plant traits or taxonomic groups that will enhance these important ecosystem services. And I'll point out here that in these studies, some of these outputs were actually non-native species that controlled these soil processes. And so we're seeing a trade-off between different outcomes that we're interested in, whether it is the enhancement of native species or the enhancement of soil health. And we need to make decisions about what output we're most interested in because these plant communities control these outputs. So the overall implications show that this restoration of agricultural lands can help achieve these agroecological principles of soil health and input reduction. This we have undoubtedly shown. So farmers who are transitioning marginal land into biodiverse perennial plantings are enhancing these ecosystem services and these soil properties. This is undoubted and has been measured. And that this is through the promotion of specific traits of those perennial vegetation. we can feed this information of those traits back into seed selection and selection of plant communities for these types of land restoration. What we also show is that we really need to disentangle some of these interactions, to go beyond thinking about managing landscapes and outcomes and really focus on the mechanisms that are driving those outcomes so we can get a good sense about how to appropriately manage these outcomes and the importance of considering these multiple pathways for restoration. So with that, I thank you. Of course, we had some funders for this research, and I want a deep gratitude to the farmers who participated. Some of them are here in the audience. Thank you so much for letting us take samples, and thank you all very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Isaac. Is there questions from the audience? Please come up.
Thanks for that.
Yeah, no problem.
Could you go back a slide showing your fundamental graph of the three different scenarios? That one right there.
This one? Yep.
I'm not going to argue or disagree with your analyses over there, but you never mentioned that in scenario C of actual cropland, it's undergoing once, twice a year, maceration, herbicides. It's destroying the seed, destroying the seed bank, destroying the root matrix, everything. And you didn't mention how those physical factors alone could explain that graph without necessarily going into the complexity you're putting over there.
No, it's a great question. So this complexity over here is just for the grassland restoration. This is where we're seeing the impacts of those traits moderating those outcomes. You're right. What you've just explained completely describes this drop right here. We know that. Tillage is aerating the soil. We're losing carbon. That is explaining that process. We're interested in understanding when you add plants from here to here, what traits enhance this jump? What explains that jump? I hope that answered your question.
I can't come up with, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, so my big question is, what types, because I'm not a farmer, so I don't really know other than trees and orchards, what kind of perennial plants would a farmer be planting?
Okay, so just the question.
Enhance the land.
Yeah, repeat it. What type of plants would farmers be planting? Perennial plants. So this is associated biodiversity. So this is biodiversity that's occurring at the edges of farms on marginal land that's being taken out of production. Oh, so it's not yeah, it's a great question because understanding the integration of biodiversity into production is a whole other area and super interesting. But this is trying to understand what happens when you have a marginal piece of agricultural land, you want to restore it. What is it about those plant communities that are contributing to these outcomes like soil health?
Okay.
Anything else?
I don't see anyone else coming up for a question, so thank you very much. And we'll move on to the last speaker of the day. Our final speaker of the day is Gavin Mayberry. Is Gavin ready? Oh, he's on his way up. Gavin Mayberry has over 10 years of project management and consulting experience, providing professional services for commercial construction, transportation, infrastructure, and land development projects. His specialized experience includes compliance monitoring for construction projects in and around provincially significant wetlands and environmentally sensitive areas, as well as the supervision and technical evaluation of natural channel realignments and aquatic habitat offsetting designs. Gavin has spent the last 3 years heavily focused on the sustainable delivery of projects involving species at risk across Ontario. Welcome, Gavin.
Thank you. Hope you can hear me all right. Again, I'm not sure what I did to deserve the closeout spot here, but I'm very thankful for everyone's attendance here today. So as it was said, I'm a consulting biologist working for Lee Consulting Limited, and I'm here today to talk to you about the replacement of the Long Point Causeway Bridge, and that's specifically from an adaptive management perspective of a consultant and the challenges that go into a project of that complexity. So I want to first start off by acknowledging some of our project partners. It definitely took a village on this specific project. This is not everyone involved, but these are certainly the major players. Norfolk County, the contractor Sierra Construction, who specialize in bridge replacement and rehabilitation within environmentally sensitive areas and the management of those projects, as well as ourselves, the environmental consultant on the project, Lee Consulting Limited. We've been in operation since 1953. We're a Canadian-based, employee-owned company. We participate in planning, design, and construction administration, and we opened our environmental team in 2019. We're a diverse selection of environmental planners, biologists, ecologists, and excess soil specialists. We work across a variety of different practice areas from transportation to land development, as well as in construction support for a project such as this. This QR code here will reappear toward the end of our presentation, but that could take you to a story map featuring a whole variety of our work across the province with descriptive bios and what we're doing, where we're doing, and how. So for anyone unfamiliar with the Long Point Causeway, the project location, it is the lower portion of Highway 59. It is the only physical connection providing vehicular access to the Long Point Peninsula from the mainland. It's approximately 3.6 kilometers long. And the existing environment is incredibly complex. Long Point Causeway is adjacent to the Big Creek National Wildlife Area, which is in itself a component of the Long Point World Biosphere Reserve. It encompasses 771 hectares, predominantly of wetland habitat, but this is habitat that is federally recognized and protected for over 21 provincially and federal protected species at risk. So the existing causeway was constructed, if you're unfamiliar, in 1957. Current pavement conditions and deterioration have resulted in very narrow shoulder widths. And in general, the entire causeway fell drastically below current safety and design parameters and standards. The Big Creek Bridge, which you can see up here in this photo here, was constructed in 1959. It was a 7-span timber deck on pile structure. And it was deemed in 2016 to be in need of major rehabilitations within the next 1 to 5 years. You can see that in 2018, we didn't get there. Emergency repairs had to be completed in response to a significant amount of deck deflection in this very aged structure. And so this certainly pushed the process for the replacement and rehabilitation of the causeway along. The existing causeway itself is itself a physical barrier to the movement of a variety of wildlife species throughout these wetland habitats. We have an abundance of basking and nesting reptiles, including species at risk, which utilize the road platform itself for a variety of life purposes. Certainly the soft substrates are attractive for nesting turtles, and the paved surfaces are attractive to all reptiles as a form of thermoregulation site. Unfortunately, this has contributed to the Long Point Causeway being a known hotspot for road mortality, especially for species at risk. As early as 1970, researchers were estimating that as many as 10,000 animals per year were being killed as a result of direct road mortality in just this 3.5-kilometer section of the causeway. The Long Point Causeway Improvement Project came along and vastly improved the chances for local wildlife in the past by incorporating open grate ACO tunnels, which are effectively eco-passages for wildlife to move beneath the highway platform, as well as upsizing concrete box culverts for drainage and maintaining a navigation window between the existing Big Creek Bridge, which allows for wildlife movement. Other measures put in place were static signage and digital signage to basically educate motorists onto the risks of the causeway and the wildlife present, as well as exclusion fencing, which was installed in the margins of the wetland area alongside of the causeway. So with a project that is this large and this complex, an EA was undertaken in 2019 by Parsons to determine what, if any, measures could be undertaken to replace this causeway safely. Basically, they used this EA to create a long and short list of design alternatives to evaluate the scale and duration of impacts from replacement and rehabilitation activities within this area. And from that, they determined that the preferred design alternative actually involved shifting the entire causeway 7 meters to the west to allow for a staged construction schedule, which basically allows them to complete all of the construction activities required while maintaining a singular lane of vehicular traffic down to the Long Point Peninsula at all times. Now, as you can imagine, with all of these species at risk and all of the federal and provincial protections, project approvals, permits, and authorizations were numerous. And we acquired approvals, permits, and authorizations under the Species at Risk Act, specific to federally protected species, the Endangered Species Act, specific to provincially protected species, both aquatic and terrestrial, as well as work involving habitat remediation and offsetting, which involved the Conservation Authorities Act, Long Point Region Conservation Authority, and the Canadian Wildlife Act, which governs all work occurring within national wildlife areas. So ahead of this project, the County of Norfolk really set this project off on the good foot, and they did so in a variety of ways, but one of those was incorporating innovative ideas into the tender itself. And one of those innovative ideas was the requirement for individual references and experience forms for environmental specialists and qualified biologists on the project. Now, this is contrary to a lot of commonplace tenders in the construction industry, in which the consulting firm and/or the company is evaluated as a whole. In this case, they were very specific that they wanted the right people on the job with the right level and mix of competency, specialization, and experience. The other thing that they did was include a special provision here for the development of an environmental management plan. Now, this environmental management plan is intended to be a one-stop resource for all of the environmental concerns and regulations that are going to be involved with the process of this undertaking. And the idea with an environmental management plan, specifically with this project, was that it would be a living document. It would be an effort in collaboration between both ourselves, Lee Consulting as environmental consultants, and the contractor Sierra to deliver the best product at all times and ensure that we can deliver this project with as minimal adverse impacts to the local environment as possible. So the development of this plan, it's a comprehensive document, as I said. It includes all of our permit approval requirements as well as hard copies therein. It also includes site-specific conditions and staging operations for every aspect of this bridge replacement. There is a plan in place that is to be followed to the letter. It also outlines changes in design and protection for environmental sensitivities in the lieu of any unforeseen changes that might be required. One of the most important aspects of this environmental management plan, and I think one of the aspects that made this project as successful from a consultant's perspective as it was the requirement for environmental awareness and competency training for every person who stepped foot on site. That included heavy equipment operators, delivery drivers, surveyors, you name it. If you were attending the site in any way, shape, or form professionally associated with this project, you would undergo an hour, unfortunately most of the time it was myself or another, an hour of species at risk training. And at the end of the species at risk training, it would highlight which species are involved with this project, acute and chronic sensitivities within the area, as well as outlines of protocols for things like encounters or incidental observations. And by passing some of the agency and the responsibility for environmental protection onto the individuals involved with this project, we're really able to have them adapt a sense of ownership. And I think ultimately this was critical in the delivery of a project of this scale in a complex environment with as minimal impacts as we saw. We also developed environmental checklists for everyday inspections, as well as a series of protocols for incidental reporting from things like spills to wildlife encounters. So as a consultant on a project like this, we have 4 main objectives. We're hoping to reduce species at risk and general wildlife mortality through the course of construction, mitigate adverse impacts related to wildlife habitat related to construction, reduce human-wildlife encounters, as well as maintain ecological connection and avoid phenological disruptions. So not only are we intent on kind of limiting our impacts, but we also want to maintain as great a sense of normalcy for the resident species within these very sensitive ecosystems as we can. So some of the innovative ideas that came forth and were put into place with this causeway design and replacement was the use of large steel sheet piles for wildlife exclusion. Traditionally, this might be used something like a geofabric textile fence would be used, but in this case, large steel sheet piles ranging from 16 to 25 feet were constructed and fabricated on site with these proprietary leg and support systems, and they provided us a great deal of flexibility to work in these environments. One of the best design considerations here is that these were modular. We could pick them up and adapt them, adapt the footprints of excluded areas as well as the intent of those exclusions based around the work that was occurring during the schedule of the project. The other benefit to these is because they're large rigid structures, we were actually able to place them within the marsh area itself, utilizing heavy equipment from the road platform, which actually reduced a lot of encroachment and incursion into the wetland by what would traditionally be heavy equipment and labor crews to install physical fencing to exclude wildlife. Now around the bridge site, obviously these were not going to be suitable solutions, so we enacted a multi-barrier approach. We included wildlife netting beneath the bridge to limit nesting birds, turbidity curtains to isolate our in-water work areas and enable us to remove aquatic species at risk, and as well as silt fence barriers along the edges of the shoulders, which not only provided us additional exclusion measures, but also helped to prevent any contamination from the construction works from entering these wetlands. Eventually, and the sheet pile cofferdams were installed around the bridge abutments to facilitate construction. We had an overwhelming occurrence of species at risk during the carrying out of this project. We had historic evidence and active evidence of nesting eastern fox snakes within the existing bridge abutments, bridge structure, and just general associate area. I have never seen so many occur in one area, and we were kind of at a wealth of species at risk. We also have a lot of evidence of basking Blandings turtles, which are provincially protected, and they would be found only meters outside of our construction zone. We also had historic evidence of nesting barn swallows on the Big Creek Bridge itself. And part of our efforts out there to limit impacts to SAR was the identification and delineation of turtle nests through the causeway. As I'd stated before, we have a lot of soft shoulder areas, and it was a wealth of nesting materials for these native turtle species. So our ecologists and our monitors would sweep the entire length of the project on a daily basis, looking for primary and secondary evidence of turtle nesting. When this was found, they would delineate these areas and effectively establish a protection buffer from all construction-related activities to prevent any further disturbance to resident populations. We also had collaboration with other partners, including EcoCare International, which was a federally funded project to monitor road mortality, which helped us to inform our own records of what species were present, what species were getting into the excluded work area and where, and also potentially what species are more susceptible to road mortality in these areas than others. So as a component, and with all of these species at risk involved, fish and wildlife relocation was a major feature in the environmental management plan and the conducting or the carryout of the bridge replacement. Fish salvage and relocation occurred in numerous times, and this was generally done in a stepwise, project-oriented fashion. We also handled wildlife relocation, including species at risk. These were completed during daily sweep activities. If a wildlife was encountered, they were very gently encouraged to leave the work area, and if they could not be, they would be relocated on an as-needed basis. These relocations were heavily controlled by our permits and authorizations from our legislative partners, and they outlined everything from protocols and procedures for capture, handle, relocation, as well as rehabilitation of individuals, and then permit compliance and review. So pending any of these activities, summary reports had to be submitted to the regulatory bodies as well as all project partners so that everyone could be kept as up-to-date as possible on the presence and occurrence of these species within an active construction zone. We also want to thank our Indigenous partners for their participation. They provided us periodic monitors throughout the length of the process who would also work with our ecologists to identify potential environmental sensitivities or risk points. There was also archaeological and cultural considerations with excavation off of the causeway, as well as the in-water work areas. And in one of our efforts, Smith Marsh Habitat Compensation, we did actually find archaeological evidence of Indigenous settlements in the form of historical net anchors just off of the main channel. So a lot of challenges in a project with this many moving pieces, one of which was the nature and location of the causeway itself. It's a very narrow stretch of road, very narrow shoulders, which often meant that wildlife that could find their way into the excluded zone had a very difficult time finding their way out, and were often in very close proximity to active construction activities, as well as vehicular traffic, which was maintained. We had persistent environmental factors like wind and shifting water levels, which played havoc with our sediment fencing and some of our soft exclusion measures. We also had burrowing muskrats every day, which I'm convinced are nature's greatest saboteur because they can create a hole in anything. Private roads and driveways was obviously the greatest challenge. Amongst the bridge site, we were unable to fully exclude the work area because we had to provide access to all of the residents, the roads, and the private structures in those areas. And unfortunately, those openings in our exclusion measures also correlated with increases in wildlife activity, observations, and non-SAR road mortality. And that is not just related to the openings in the exclusion measures, but it was great because we had so many people stop while we were out there working, and we received so much anecdotal evidence from residents and longtime visitors to Long Point of these existing structures, be they outbuildings, historical foundations, being used by a wide variety of wildlife species for life processes, from nesting to hibernaculum to just general habitation. Within Big Creek itself was a very challenging environment. It's subject to reversing flows. So based on offshore wind conditions in the bay, the Big Creek can be flowing out to the bay in the morning, and then by the time you've eaten lunch, it is flowing back into the marsh. And this wreaked absolute havoc with our turbidity curtains, which are effectively floating curtains within the water column anchored to the bottom of the channel. The currents in Big Creek are incredibly strong, and this unfortunately often led to breaches and detachment in our anchoring systems, which unfortunately often leads to delays in project scheduling to re-isolate these areas and accommodate additional wildlife removals. In total, we completed over 370 daily inspections over the course of construction, and we had a lot of coordination with contract administration and regulators, to communicate concerns specific to our permitting and authorizations. The key takeaway from this is that for a variety of factors, from inclement weather to the availability and delivery of materials, construction schedules can be very variable, fluid entities. Provincial and federal permitting windows are not, and then often for good reason. But this is definitely a case where we adapt the work to the authorization and permit requirements and what is ecologically sound versus adapting our environmental practices to the work at hand. In the end of the day, we shared all of these inspection reports and wildlife encounter reports with any interested party, including project partners and legislative bodies. So due to the shift of the causeway 7 meters to the west, we were going to permanently alter a great deal of federally protected species at risk habitat. This area specifically includes critical habitat for 4 recognized aquatic species at risk, and that necessitated off-site compensation. We compensated habitat in 3 specific areas: the Hahn Marsh, the Smith Marsh, and the Hastings Marsh. In the Hahn Marsh, 2,732 square meters of wetland habitat enhancement took place. This was predominantly achieved by digging a 400 meter by 8 meter channel between connected pond bodies within the marsh. In the Smith Marsh, 5,638 square meters of wetland habitat enhancement took place, again with the creation of a new wildlife pond with purpose-built wildlife features integrated into it. And in Hastings Marsh, we enhanced 4,157 square meters of wetland habitat, again by digging channels connecting existing bodies of open water. The goal with this habitat enhancement was actually to increase the amount of open water habitat within these marsh units, as well as increasing the general level of habitat diversity and connectivity within the marshes. Through all stages of habitat compensation, daily monitoring and species at risk sweeps were conducted. We also had daily reporting on not only the wildlife encounters, but the activity progress. And this involved us working closely with the local contractor and Canadian Wildlife Services to make sure that not only was the habitat being compensated appropriately as per the construction drawings and agreed upon permits, but that it was also moving within schedules that would allow us to meet permit deadlines. One of the great takeaways and finished products of the causeway rehabilitation was the inclusion of permanent exclusion fencing. There was exclusion fencing in the original design, but there were very quickly constructability and maintenance issues identified by the contractor, and they had done a phenomenal job all the way through the process in being proactive and addressing these issues before they became problems. So a redesign was completed with input from a technical consultant, and then as you can see, the finished product here, the exclusion fencing was finalized in the spring of this year with major construction works ending in the fall of 2022. These new exclusion fencing, they integrate the existing eco passages, and we've also introduced escape ramp structures for turtles and reptiles and amphibians. This is an effective one-way door which will allow wildlife species trapped within the work zone to effectively exit on their own accord at regular intervals into the marsh habitat on either side. So ultimately, this was an incredibly complex project from an ecological perspective, and it was a very novel one in terms of how many species that were federally and provincially protected were involved, not just potentially present, but observed on a daily basis. And we have to accredit the vision of Norfolk County to begin with. They ensured that the proper resources were allocated for these environmental protection services before boots ever hit the ground. This was not an afterthought, and they were really proactive in ensuring that this project was achieved with as minimal adverse environmental impacts as possible. We also focused heavily on collaboration with all our project partners. Communication was key. We had to deal with the county, contract administration, Sierra, the contractor, ourselves, and everybody really had to be on the same team with a cohesive goal of ensuring that this project was delivered at minimal impact. At the end of the day, that was achieved through effective communication, clearly laying out our expectations frequently and often, preemptively identifying risks as previously discussed, and adaptive management strategies. This is certainly an example of no one-size-fits-all solution, and adapting quickly and dynamically to changes in the environment and the construction schedule were absolutely critical in delivering this project at the end of the day. At the end of the day, it's a project I was thrilled to be involved with, a little daunting to begin with, but I'm really happy with our outcome, and I think everybody, project partners included, can be really happy with the success that we achieved on the outcome of this project. And with that, I will open for questions.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
As a long pointer that crosses the causeway a couple times a day,
Yeah.
I have to say it was an amazing project to watch, and people were trained.
Yep.
Yeah, on the cruise, and even the grumpy long pointers were happy with the bridge.
Yes.
So that's a miracle.
Yeah.
Any questions from the audience?
Well, I really appreciate your presentation, and I was wondering if you could explain a little bit further what the cost was of all the extra work that you did for environmental protection, what was necessary in this case, but what added to the overall cost, I would think. So maybe.
It's a challenging question in terms of overall budget, but I believe in terms of the tender process, kind of absent or exclusive of delays or additional costs associated with the work as it occurred. From the outset, I believe the environmental budget was somewhere around $500,000 for specialty environmental services alone. Yeah. So, and again, all the credit to Norfolk County in being very proactive in getting ahead of this project. Often environmental protections are seen as, I don't want to say a necessary evil, but they're very often an afterthought, and the primary goal is delivering a project on budget and on time. But in this case, we saw that protection moved to the very top of the list, and it was a very refreshing take for a municipality coming from a consultant.
Mm-hmm. And also, how much extra time, from beginning to end, do you think it would have taken?
Well, the project, for various reasons, definitely extended beyond the original schedule. How much of that is related or directly attributable to the environmental is hard to say versus the actual construction process itself. but I could tell you that we faced innumerable setbacks related specifically to environmental protection with the bridge itself. I would say on the order of several weeks to months in terms of adaptively managing those isolated work areas. They were very difficult to maintain. When we isolate a work area around an abutment, our goal is to remove every individual aquatic species from that area. It's obviously a very daunting task with deep water levels and fluctuating flows. But ultimately, I think, and again, this goes back to being an adaptive management strategy, we basically have to move with what works and quickly evaluate the validity of our solutions on site so that we can ensure that we're moving this project as far along as we can.
Very good, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gavin. You got the last presentation, but you really brought it home.
Perfect. Thanks so
Thank
much.
you, everyone.
Appreciate your time.
So that you thought that was it. Actually, one more person to just send you on your way. Gavin, thanks very much, and that was an excellent talk. I'm Tom Vaya, the chair of the Long Point Biosphere Reserve Foundation, and I wish firstly to thank all of the speakers, presenters, folks that prepared all of the presentations that are in the back room. It was an amazing day today. And I think I enjoyed it. I'm sure you all enjoyed it as well, but a lot of hard work, not only to prepare for today, but what underpins all of the work and research and discussions that were brought forward today. So I wish to recognize all of our presenters and speakers today, and let's give them a round of applause. An amazing day. So the day was, in the program was put on by the Long Point Biosphere. And we have a couple of organizers, many organizers, but a couple of organizers that really do all the heavy lifting to put this day together. And the two that I'd recognize, Cynthia Brink, who leads one of our programming areas around education, knowledge sharing, and outreach, and Sarah Kirk, who recently joined us and worked hand in hand with Cynthia. So they did all the heavy lifting today, and I'm sure there was many others, but we can give those two people a round of applause for their work and recognize, so thank you. So who are we? The Long Point Biosphere is recognized as a UNESCO biosphere since 1986. As a matter of fact, we'll be celebrating our 40th anniversary as a designated biosphere just in a couple of years, so it's pretty incredible that we've been around for such a long time. My role as chair and with the members of the board and others that participate are stewards of the biosphere today, and we're just in line behind others that have done this great work over 4 decades and in front of others, some of which who could be sitting in the room, who will continue to be stewards of this biosphere as we look into the future. Like every conference we do, there's some provocative discussions and things to think about. And Peter Zuzik in the morning, in his opening talk, talked about not necessarily the threat of species at risk, but the threat of the biosphere itself, to the biosphere itself, and some of the things he talked about. So very provocative discussion. And then we ended with the talk by Gavin. And just talking about species at risk and the causeway itself, and then in between, we heard so many terrific discussions today about the biodiversity, about the conservation efforts that go on every day and have gone on for a long, long time, and so you can see how this all sews up together and why this is so important that we do this work and that we come out and we come together and we talk about this work and then we share it elsewhere. This is a very special place. It's a very unique place, and it's going to be these kinds of discussions and the outreach and the work that we all do that continues to bring attention to this amazing biosphere that we have. A bit of a pitch, as a biosphere, we're a working board, and we do have members, so if anyone does have interest in becoming more involved with us on a different level, we're always open to evaluating people that might want to join our working board. And we would love to have you as a member, so this will be outside, and you can scan the QR code and just become a member of the biosphere. And what that does is it gives you greater access and insight to the work we're doing, and there may be some other ways that you may choose to become involved on a less formal basis. So if you have interest in that, please stop and see Sarah Kirk or myself or anybody else, and we would love to talk to you about becoming a bit more involved with our biosphere. What we do, so who couldn't join an organization like this? Our mission is we collaborate to enhance ecosystem and community well-being and unite the people with nature, and our vision is all living things thrive here. So you'll never find a better organization to join than this one. I mean, that's an incredible mission and vision. And the work that we do falls into biodiversity and conservation, education and knowledge sharing, and sustainable community and tourism. Those are the main areas that we are doing our work today. So it's an amazing organization with incredibly dedicated people who give a lot of time to be sure that the good works of the biosphere continues to be front and center within the community, but even outside of the community. And you may have read that this year we were privileged to host Julie DeBrosen, and Julie is the Parliamentary Secretary to Environment and Climate Change Canada. And she came out, she spent a day with us. She met with a number of local organizations. Lauren helped her launch some turtles into the marsh. And again, it just brought tremendous focus on our Long Point biosphere. And with the relationship that we've now formed with Julie, it's given us access to some other parliamentarians. Even just this week, a couple of our biosphere members were in Ottawa for a day on the Hill and had the opportunity to represent our Long Point biosphere with some influential people in Ottawa, just to talk about what's happening here, and hopefully we can influence things that will allow us to get things done, and maybe raise funding and other things that we have to do to make this all happen. So that's who we are. We're really pleased that you came and spent your day with us today. I want to give a very big thank you to Kendall, Mike, and Verity from Norfolk County, from County Fork, in Port Rowan, who put on the amazing food and snacks and things that we had all day today. And also Dean and Phil from Maney Media. We were seamless today. You guys did an amazing job, so thank you for that. I think that's so important that we have a presentation. Other than the one person that was up here who had to fill the gap, and he talked about the smoke. What's your address again? Because that sounded pretty darn good, right? So it sounds great. So those are the thank yous to everybody, and again, a big thank you to you for being a part of our day today. A big thanks. And next weekend, you'll hear a little more about us. We have an event. Unfortunately, it's sold out, so this is not a pitch, but next Friday night at the Capitol 33 in Delhi, we're going to be releasing a feature film called A Priority Place. And it's a 70-minute documentary film about this biosphere in Norfolk County. And it's a tremendous accounting of what actually is going on here. So it's our film launch. Our film producer is going to be there that evening. It's a fundraiser for some of our education and outreach programs for youth. And we will find a way to get it out so that everyone can have the chance to consume this amazing documentary film on our special area. And again, unfortunately, it's sold out, which is, I shouldn't say unfortunately, it's a good thing. We're sold out. Unfortunately, I can't sell you some tickets, but we'll be sure that that's out. And if you're tracking us, if you're following us on social media, or watching us on the website, we will have an opportunity where everyone can have a chance to view this film. So another big event coming up next Friday night, and also led by Cynthia, with the support of our Priority Place partners and Environment and Climate Change Canada, who are very big supporters of ours here at the Biosphere. So with that, I'm going to end the day. Thank you very much. Get home safe, enjoy your weekend, and have a fabulous barbecue and birthday. So, thank you. What do you need, Cynthia? Oh, we're going to see the film. The teasers from the film. Okay.